I really like this, and I'm that surprises me.
I'm sorry.
No, I wasn't there.
Oh, it's long. I love like seeing. I did not. Yeah, no, because on the side it pointed out again, like Earth. Yeah, that was. Oh, is that for like the whole? A lot of guys Joe Burrow is there. He's a regular quarterback.
Good.
Aww.
We have to get a photo. We have to get a photo.
Right. Like,
Good to see you.
right? Okay. Oh my god. And then there was a short of. I really.
Oh my gosh.
I'm well.
How are you?
Good. We are going to move you probably up close. So
Yeah, I'm not.
super close. And we have to move Olivia.
Oh, I was right. This was in a row.
Ready, Jordan?
Because of the all of the paparazzi and
You ready? I'm prepared to get my wait, I'll like to be here. I'm gonna be like. Yeah. I heard
yeah. So let's swap positions. Not.
it's because you're
Yeah.
You don't totally know what you're getting yourself into.
Yeah.
it's recording.
Good, you're presenting, right?
Yeah.
I tried.
I feel like we should invite you.
I need my cuts. I don't like how that just staring at
And knows you're the director.
The lights. I think people are gonna have a problem because a lot of people are upset.
Oh, so yeah, nice.
I'm just.
What's up?
I feel like
Yeah, he had an incident, so. At least
It's 7:02.
is that right?
Hey. Oh, yeah.
That camera's gonna get broken real fast.
Seems like maybe the cat.
What is your,
I was at the
plan for it? Because I don't know how.
Yeah, Lewis Hamilton.
All of them.
Yeah, no, but it says that's the origin. Lewis Hamilton, Ron James.
But like I don't think we would.
R.
No, I'm not.
Oh, yeah, I love him. It's kind of
I mean, my guess. You failed.
The current.
Time 7:03, I call this session of Whitewater Student Government to order. If you're able, please rise alongside me. Pledge allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty, and justice for all.
Wonderful. Madam Clerk, when you are ready, please call the roll.
Senator Bolt.
Present.
Senator Beasley. Senator Carter.
Present.
Senator Irwin. Senator Esterholm. Senator Gross.
Present.
Senator Gutsaw. Senator Houston.
Present.
Senator Calvin.
Present.
Senator Keebler.
Present.
Senator Kelleher.
Present.
Senator Kirikopoulos. Senator Major. Senator Triguez.
Present.
Senator Penfield.
Present.
Senator Purnell.
Present.
Senator Reaver.
Present.
Senator Reyes. Senator Schmidt.
Present.
Senator Wheaton.
Present.
Speaker Wilson.
Present. With that, we will move into special orders, starting with the Senate oath of office. If you were a senator who was appointed last week, you got your signature packet verified by the clerk. Please join me up. Given you have been chosen by the students of the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater as a senator on this student government, understanding that you have been chosen to perform such an active and important role, you accept the position of senator and all the responsibilities, duties, and privileges it will include. If so, say, I will to the best of my ability.
I will do the best of my abilities.
Repeat after me. I, state your name,
I, Jordan Grusnowski,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to fulfill the obligations and responsibilities of my office,
to fulfill the obligations and responsibilities of my office,
to be knowledgeable of
to be knowledgeable of
and uphold the WSG Constitution,
and uphold the WSG Constitution,
the WSG standing rules,
the WSG standing rules,
and university policy,
and university policy,
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Wonderful. Congratulations. It is my pleasure. to have you all. All right. Grateful stuff. With that, we will move on to the appointment of one Esker District Senator. Is there anyone in the gallery tonight interested in running for an Esker District Senate seat? And once, and twice, seeing none. With that, we are on to the appointment of one at-large district seat. Is there anyone in the gallery tonight interested in running for an at-large district seat? Seeing none, with that, we're on to the appointment of one Rock County district seat. Is there anyone in the gallery tonight interested in running for a Rock County district seat? And once, and twice, seeing none. With that, we're on to guest speakers, which we have none. Then approval of agenda and minutes, starting with minutes from April 28th, 2025, and a motion to approve or amend. Senator Cowan?
No.
Okay. Senator Puzzle?
Move to approve the agenda and minutes.
Look for a second. For once, for twice, seeing none. With that, can I get a motion to approve the minutes from April 28th, 2025? Senator Reed?
Can we have a point of
Motion to
order?
approve.
Is this the minutes and agenda or just the minutes?
Just the minutes. Senator
Motion
Reed?
to approve the minutes.
Wonderful. Can I get a second? Any guys, Senator Carter? With that, we'll move to a voice vote. Can I get a voice vote?
Acclamation.
Any opposed? For once, for twice, seeing none. Minutes for April 28th, 2025, are unanimous. With that, we're on the agenda for May 5th, 2025. I've got a couple changes going to make. Starting with, I would ask for unanimous consent to change session 12 to session 13. Add parking advisory to external committee reports. Add strike the appointment of one Esker district seat. The duplicate, that is. Item C, it would be listed as. And add constitutional revision to internal committee reports. And strike 8 and 12, and A, unfinished business. And add government and Rock County to item B of unfinished business. Ask for unanimous consent. Any opposed? For once, and twice, see none of that changes are made. And I'd like to make a little statement, just in case anyone's curious about external community reports and adding them occasionally. We went and we actually found like an open meeting laws kind of court case. If anyone's interested in why we're able to do that sometimes, it's bad form, and I do think that we should try to avoid it at all costs, but it is in line with fairness. Senator Pratt.
I'd like to entertain a motion under new business item F to change 2025 4 through 25 and 2023 through 24. Of the agenda.
Removed.
New business, item F.
Deputy Speaker Retreat.
Move to make that change.
Second by Senator Reaver. With that, we're doing a voice vote, any voice vote? Any opposed, going once, going twice, seeing none. With that change been made. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda for May 5th, 2025? Senator Houston.
Move to approve.
Second by Senator Carter. Wonderful. With that, the agenda for May 5th, 2025 has been approved unanimously. Now we're on student issues and concerns. Are there any student issues and concerns in the gallery? Going once, twice, seeing none. With that, we're on the reports, starting with external committee reports. We will start with parking advisory committee. Senator Cowell, you ready? You've got the floor.
Alrighty, the Parking Advisory Committee met this morning and had its once a semester meeting. We went over a few major issues. I will briefly summarize them. We went over some changes of policy and how they inform new students of parking related matters. They talked a lot about some of the construction projects that are coming up, especially the winter Hy-Vee reworks, and also changing some enforcement policies and equipment that was able to be acquired. And the points of note where they were going to test out a new program to be adding some more resident parking in lot 2, and at least doing a 1-year trial to see if that helps with some issues. Aside from that, there was a lot of information just on construction. There's a lot of construction projects happening this summer with various lots being closed for various periods of time. There was also a talk on changing some of the AMP parking slots into shorter time frames. Right now they're about 1 to 2 hour slots. They'd be changed to 15 to 30 minutes for DoorDash or other food service providers. And the last major cost thing was they're going to review increasing overnight parking passes from $5 to $8. With that, I yield to questions.
Are there any questions for Senator Calvin? Senator Bolt?
What was the reasoning behind changing the price from $5 to $8 for the overnight parking passes?
The reasoning behind that, as stated by that, was to differentiate. Well, it's right now that's the same price as the daily pass. So the reasoning behind that, I think there's been some questions of general funding and also being it's a little different than the overnight. At least that's what the committee. I mean, different than the daily pass.
Any other questions? Going once, going twice, seeing none. With that, we're going to move on to Chancellor's Committee on Disability Concerns. Senator Carter, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. This will be short. As stated before, 216 AC units are being put into Area Fricker this summer. Milwaukee Public School camps for students with disabilities will take place on campus this summer. Some summer transition programs will be occurring in July. And then in the library, digital accessibility will be a big focus of summer projects. Staff will continue updating research and class guides as well as instructional material and other online resources. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Any questions for Senator Carter? Going once, going twice, seeing none. Thank you very much, Senator Carter. With that, we will move on to our last external committee report, Warhawk County Advisory Committee. Senator Wheaton, you have the floor.
The Warhawk Dining Committee met on Friday. We discussed the plate waste day that was in conjunction with student government. They told me to let you guys know, thank you for all the help. Thank you for that. Esker got 60 pounds and Drumlin nearly doubled that. And then there was a shout out, they are hiring a stability intern for the fall, which will help with initiatives for food waste. And then we also discussed the self-serve stations, if they were being served and how the serving sizes of those baskets were being perceived by the students. We discussed the current dining dollar discount, which alerted a lot of us that we were unaware of. So when you use dining dollars, you get, depending on the location, 10 to 15% off when you swipe. And so we discussed if we would keep that or change pricing of specific items. Ike Schaefer updates, before the switch to the current lunch, there was about 150 people coming, and now it's up to 320 to 350 per day, which is really awesome. And then you still have time to vote for the Ike lunch options to take over and replace the taco stations. I would encourage yourself and your peers to do that if you want to voice an opinion in the change. Right now, it does look like the winner is the pasta bar, so you can keep voting if you want to change it. I know baked potatoes pretty close behind, so. And then finally, we discussed the decline in student employees. This happens every semester, but this semester is taking into effect with a few shutdowns of a few locations, specifically last week. And to that, Mr. Speaker, I yield to questions.
Any questions for Senator Reed? From once?
Right here.
President Bradley?
Is it true that Warhawk Dining made a post on their Instagram page today with photos of senators and our speaker on Food Waste Day?
So you should go on the Instagram and like it, maybe you can repost the photos. So thank you for helping out as well. Okay.
I'm just learning this right now. It's so wonderful. Senator Purnell?
Are you able to speak more about the decline in student employment and how that will affect the locations?
It happens every semester. Students realize their schedules are filling up or they're just not suited for the role anymore, and so they're stepped down. Unfortunately, last week, Drumlin, with that, they had to close one of the food stations. There's a few other withdrawals or waiting times with that. It happens every semester. It's also Aladdin's still new, so they're just figuring out how they're handling that. But I think over time, we'll see a member receipt every semester. But they're finding more full-time employees to cover that.
Senator Bolt?
Has the dining committee noted any issues with communication with students, be it on closures or other such issues?
I don't think there were any issues addressed. We just mentioned that there's posts on social media and that they're being seen by students. And so that I would yield to the president. No.
Senator Bolt?
Would you be willing at this time to hear some concerns that I have personally?
How about
That's up to the speaker.
that's up to the speaker. Otherwise, after the meeting, I'm always open to your concerns as well.
Sounds wonderful. After the meeting, would that work? Via email?
I would prefer it be on the Senate floor. I think it's important for us to know.
You're looking for it.
So recently, as we know, we had a meeting on April 7th. After doing some digging, I realized that a statement that was made during that meeting was not the most informed. To quote, it was from President Bradley, where when we sign a meal plan, we sign a contract saying that you will most likely eat it at a dining hall. I raise this point because we as the WSG, Whitewater Student Government, are made up by the students for the students. Now, I'm not trying to point fingers at President Bradley because perhaps misinformation just happens. But I personally have met with both the Hawk Card office and Assistant Director Fabio, or had communication with them, and that there is no contract at the time that we sign. There's nothing behind the scenes unless if there's still, for whatever reason, them not willing to give up that information. There are terms and conditions that we do have, but those mention nothing about going to a dining hall more often than, say, the retail areas. I know that that was in relation to the fact that there was an error by saying meal equivalency, but even then, with something that vital of possible, contracts that we sign, every student signs when coming into UW-Whitewater, I think it's really important to show that because we, and it says in our Constitution, that we are here for the students and to really give them a voice, we cannot properly inform them if we ourselves are not properly informed. So that is just something that I'd like to put out there. Senator Wheatman, I would really appreciate if you could look into that, just to make sure that there is no contract. I know that we are nearing that next semester, and I apologize for this being late, but I really wanted to raise this concern as we move to the summer and over into the fall 2025, just so we can really make it clear and hopefully show dining that while yes, there may be a communication issue on campus for everything, a lot of students use dining. I'm sure that we have here a lot of issues, and it makes it really difficult for us to make those changes when we have the wrong information.
Senator Bull, can you say the word question mark right now?
Question mark?
I will definitely look into that, yes, I will look into that, and I do just wanna say the intent behind a meal swipe or a meal program is a dining hall. Before on college campuses, the dining halls came before the retail locations, so that's the purpose of a meal swipe, that is the purpose, and that's why the, renaming and changing of the card is happening, but I will look into that, Mr. Speaker, are you?
Other, Senator Cobb?
You just said that the change is happening as that is the intent. Is this intended name change to, just to clarify, shift over more focus on the dining halls versus the meal swipe? Just to clarify the
Yes.
official stance of the committee.
Yes, and that always has been the intent, is to go to dining meal locations of Esker or Drummond. And the only reason we have the retail swipes is because they're not made for everyone, but that is the intent, and that's what we're trying to show everyone, that there is something food on there. Yes.
Well, you said they're not made for everyone. Could you please elaborate?
Some people might not want a full meal, or for late night snacks, or if you just want a snack instead of to go get a piece of pizza, if you just want a bag of peanuts or some crackers, you can go get that bag, peanuts or crackers, without using your dining dollars, which you used to have to do.
Senator Bull?
To bounce off that point, while it is the retail equivalent, let me backtrack. For clarification, the meal swipes are supposed, or retail equivalency swipes are supposed to be used in place of getting items, correct? It's supposed to just be like a use of the swipe itself, hopefully not having to go over that.
It has the same purpose as it does now, just has a different name, so new students coming in can associate the word retail with a dining hall, or I can go get a snack from a retail location, is what we're trying to send a message.
Senator Bull?
I think I spoke improperly, and that was my bad. I was meaning, with the intent of these retail equivalency swipes, are students expected to pay over that for an item that they get from one of these locations?
If it is over $7.50, yes. And then, did you?
I was gonna touch on when I was Director of Student Affairs last year, and they were creating what this swipe would look like. It is meant for you to visit a dining hall and eat there. The $7.50 is only if your schedule doesn't allow that, or if you want something smaller, you don't need a full meal, but you want to use up your swipes.
Because if I may add, if you think about it, right now kids' meals at McDonald's are over $7.50, so you can't really go many places and get that full meal, and that's what that's also trying to show that message.
Senator Richardson?
Regarding, particularly the flex plan meals, is there any talk of allowing meal equivalencies for those students, seeing as those students are often commuter students who have a difficult time getting to those further residence dining halls?
And I apologize, I'm not too familiar with flex meals, so unless someone else.
I'll touch very briefly. Flex meal plans are sold in much lower quantities, and so students who are on flex meal plans are also encouraged to use dining dollars, as that'll give them a discount as well. Right, but your meal plan's typically like 15 meals a week, somewhere in there, up to like 20 meals a week. Your flex meal, you can buy like 20 for a semester. So it's sold in much smaller quantities. Dining urges folks who might not have flexibility to purchase a small amount of flex meal plans and get dining dollars for the rest.
This is a riveting discussion. Senator Bull, in the interest of time, we have accommodations to make, but last question is.
With the name change of meal equivalency to retail equivalency, will there also be a name change for flex meal to flex retail? Because you can still use those flex meal swipes at a retail location.
To that, I'm gonna say no. I think that's the only answer I have to that. And to that, I yield Mr. Speaker.
Okay, with that, we are going to move a bit out of order. We're going to jump into new business and into item B. As Senator Gross has to exit early, we're going to move into the approval of the Associate Director of Academic Affairs, President Bradley. Senator Gross, would you like to take the podium? Free to do so.
Good evening. You're going to hear me talk a lot today, so I'll try and keep them all brief. We are appointing Olivia as the Assistant Director of Academic Affairs. Olivia represents everything we look for in a future campus leader. As a current senator in the Whitewater student government, she's already earned the respect of her peers through unwavering kindness, and a true desire to make our university better. She has never once approached the problem with ego, but always with energy. She's consistently present, prepared, and proactive. What makes Olivia stand out is the way she carries herself, with humility, care, and the confidence to say, let's fix this. We are thrilled to see Olivia step into the role of Associate Director of Academic Affairs, where she will partner, hopefully, with Abby to continue strengthening our student support systems. Together, they will form a powerhouse team grounded in empathy, driven by results, and committed to ensuring that no student ever feels invisible in the face of academic adversity. Olivia is more than ready for this next step, and we can't wait to see where she goes from here.
Senator Gross, if you have anything you'd like to say, move along.
Sorry about that, that was loud. I'm excited that I was kind of chosen for this role. I'm excited to get into work, especially with academic affairs. I've been kind of working, well, not kind of, I have been the College of Arts and Communications representative on the Career Service Advisory Board, so I'll hopefully be able to continue that work also as Associate Academic Affairs, and also being on the Academic Affairs Committee here. I've had some experience and just overall looking very forward to what the future holds.
Wonderful. With that, we will move into questions. Senator Gross. Senator
Firstly, let me say that I will be very sad to see you leave the Senate. I've enjoyed very much working with you and would look forward to working with you in your new capacity if you're confirmed. And I do hope that your experience in the Senate guides your actions as an associate director, which leads me to my question. How would you work with the Senate, both and send individual senators, both in your committee and beyond it?
I am kind of viewing this position as kind of like a megaphone for all of the senators. So if senators come up to me with issues or concerns that relate to academic affairs, I'll listen to them. I'll work with them one-on-one and get them connected to the correct people and try to get those issues resolved. Just kind of handling it with a lot of care, being open-minded, and helping senators achieve the goals that they want to achieve.
Any other questions? Senator Cow.
What initiative, or what do you think will be your major focus of your term as associate director? Either something you'd like to get done, something you'd like to improve, just what would be the major difference or major improvement that you will get done?
Well, obviously, the kind of first half will be getting used to the role. It'll be my first ever director position, so I'll be taking a lot of guidance from Abby to kind of learn how the role works. One major thing I would like to get done, and obviously I have to still look into it to see if it's even possible, but some online classes that are required for your major and only offered online, students still have to pay that additional online fee. So possibly looking into that, because that is causing students to stay extra semesters or even extra years.
Senator Houston.
So my question is kind of similar to Parliamentarian Irwin's, but how do you plan on working with the Director of Academic Affairs as well as other members of the cabinet in achieving your goals?
Obviously, a lot of collaboration and being open. Again, like I said, I am very new to this position, so I'm going to be taking a lot of advice and a lot of information is going to be coming at me pretty fast, but being able to take a breath, take in all the information I can. That's kind of where I'm going to be able to best work with this.
I have a question. This one's for President Bradley, if possible.
Why did you see it
Fit or necessary, the best choice to the Associate Director of Academic Affairs position was for a while? Why did you see fit to bring it back?
Sure. Our plan is to appoint Abby as a director for a third time here. And it didn't pass me that many of us will be graduating, including Abby. And I think what Parker had decided was it would be a good idea to get somebody younger in, somebody new who had lots of promise and lots of potential. So they start learning the role, so that one day, it's our intention, Olivia becomes a director. She has experience and learns from one of the best directors to ever do it.
Senator Cow?
To keep it brief, what are your, Olivia, what are your qualifications? What do you think you bring to the table as a part of this?
So as I was saying before, I am already kind of doing some things for academic affairs, obviously not to the full extent that Abby is, but I still have my kind of toes dipped in the water a little bit. So I'm on the Career Service Advisory Board, where we met earlier today with all the advisors for the college, and then
Provost Fox, yeah.
Provost Fox, and we had a meeting just kind of working on the mission statement and whole plan for career service going forward. So I've already been able to dip my toes in on more of the kind of academic side there, but then also the Academic Affairs Committee helping the instructor awards, kind of planning for those as well. That's my major kind of two things I touched on.
Olivia is being humble. She's also a peer mentor and part of many student organizations and leadership roles.
Wonderful. Any other questions? And once, going twice. Seeing none, with that we'll move into a roll call vote. For anyone interested, all of these director appointments will move the same way. We'll do a roll call vote for all of them. A vote of aye will be a vote in favor of the candidate. A vote of nay will be a vote against. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, could you please call the roll?
Senator Bolt.
Aye.
Senator Brzezowski.
Aye.
Senator Carter.
Aye.
Senator Irvin.
Aye.
Senator Esterhold.
Aye.
Senator Gross.
Speaker, I abstain.
Senator Houston.
Aye.
Senator Colvin.
Aye.
Senator Keebler.
Aye.
Senator Kelleher.
Aye.
Senator Majors.
Aye.
Senator Patricius.
Aye.
Senator Punzel.
Aye.
Senator Purnell.
Aye.
Senator Reber.
Aye.
Senator Reyes.
Aye.
Senator Schmidt.
Aye.
Senator Wheatman.
Aye.
Speaker Wilson.
Aye. And with that, congratulations to Olivia Gross, the newest Associate Director of Academic Affairs. You really did be dearly missed in the Senate. Your strong voice. So thank you. With that, thank you. With that, we will move into the, we're going to stay in the new business director approval territory. So we're going to move into the approval of the Director of Academic Affairs. With that, Director Reiser, President Bradley, you have the floor. There you go. President, Director President. Let's read this.
There are some people you trust instinctively, people whose presence makes things better, whose counsel makes things clearer, and whose leadership makes things possible. For Parker and I, that person is Abby. As Director of Academic Affairs, she has quietly become the heart of our cabinet, anchoring her work with compassion, brilliance, and a kind of dedication that never seeks credit, but always delivers results. She has spent 2 years helping students overcome academic challenges, navigate crises, and find their voice when they feel unheard. She doesn't just advocate, she uplifts, she listens, she solves problems that most won't even know how to begin addressing. Abby and I go back to our earliest days in student government. She is the Director of Academic Affairs and I as Director of Student Affairs. Even then it was clear to me that Abby was something special. She leads with empathy, but never loses sight of outcomes. She shows up when it's inconvenient, speaks up when it's hard, and stands up when it counts. Reappointing her wasn't a decision, it was a privilege. Our students are better because Abby chose to serve, and so are we.
Director Rogers, do you have anything you'd like to say for a moment?
Oh, thank you. It's really nice of you. I just want to say that I am very grateful for being in this position the past 2 years. I would say, just on a personal note, I would definitely not be the person I am today without these past 2 years. So back when Justin and David were in this role, I have a lot of gratitude to give to them. But overall, I would say that I just thoroughly enjoy this role. I would say some of the most rewarding things from it are just when someone has a student concern, and then I can talk to a dean, I can talk to a department chair, someone to help them get that problem solved. And then at the end of the day, when it does get solved, I know that it did help a student. So overall, this position really just means a lot to me.
Well, thank you very much, Director Ryder. I'll lead off as we move into questions here. I think you've been, in my experiences working with you, I think you're like one of the first people I messaged when I was thinking about coming back and congratulating you on some of the great work you did last year. You've done such great work in 2 years. How do you continue to put in the same amount of time, put in the same amount of effort, and have the same amount of outcome?
So I would say that I'm just going to continue to bring that dedication and passion till next year. I already have ideas for what I want to tackle next year. I had a conversation with Interim Provost Fox and I said, so I know that career services has been kind of the focus of this year and obviously we're going to continue doing that work next year. But over the summer I'm trying to think of what another kind of big project can be. And so I'm going to spend a lot of the summer thinking about that. She said she's going to reach out to the deans because as much as I love meetings and meeting with people and just brainstorming, really I enjoy doing the work outside of the meetings. And so I want to go into the year knowing that I have a project to do so that I can deliver some tangible outcomes. So I'm looking forward to connecting back with Interim Provost Fox to see what some ideas can be. And I'll continue doing research. I know I want to look at some strategic plans for other universities and colleges across the country to come up with some of what they're doing, just to come up with some ideas, because like I said, I want to continue to deliver and rather than simply just meeting people.
Thank you very much. Parliamentarian Errol.
So you've had a incredibly distinguished career as academic affairs director so far. Is there anything in that distinguished career that you either regret or would do differently today?
Really good question. I would say that at the beginning of this year, so this year, like I said, the focus has been on career services. But knowing myself and how I can sometimes be hard on myself, I think that next year, like I said, career services has been the focus, but at times I think that this year, I actually could have done more in a way. And I'm really proud of the work I've done this year, and I don't want to say it's a regret, but I always want to push myself to do more. And so as I'm looking at what I've accomplished this year, I'm excited for next year to continue growing. So, and putting together something else that can be accomplished next year.
Thank you. Senator Hughes.
On the contrary, what would you say is your single greatest accomplishment while serving as the Director of Academic Affairs?
I would say that the work I did last year for the excused absence policy, I would say, was definitely a really rewarding experience. There was a lot of work put into it, that a lot of behind the scenes, just going back and working for several hours at night. So I would say that that was probably the best accomplishment, and really it's because of the power that that can have for students. When I was working on it, there were a lot of days that were really hard, and I was like, I don't know if this is going to happen, but really I remained committed to the fact that there are students that are going to need that, and so I just put my head down and kept working so that even if it's just one student, it was still going to benefit them. So I'd say that was it, as well as honestly just if a student has a concern, being able to actually help them fix that, that's also really rewarding for me as well.
Any other, Senator Bolt?
Disregarding what is currently written in the standing rules, how will having an Associate Director of Academic Affairs help you?
Yeah, so I was actually just thinking about that today. So we did have our career services strategic action plan meeting, and I'll touch more on it in my report, but there's a lot of great work that I see coming in the future. And so when I was brainstorming during the meeting, I was like, oh, me and Olivia can like brainstorm. And so the work is continuing over the summer. The year's almost done. And so I'm excited to be able to like call her up and be like, hey, so we had a meeting with Josh, or we had that, the strategic action plan meeting. So kind of just debriefing would be really nice, and having another person that I can bounce ideas off of that's actually in the meetings with me, because I do really appreciate the Senate for sure. But it'll be nice to have someone in the meetings that I can, like I said, bounce ideas off of.
Any other questions for Director Rhines? Once or twice? Seeing none. With that, we move into a roll call vote. I will be voting in favor of the candidate, and vote nay will be a vote against. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, would you please call the roll?
Senator Brzezowski.
Aye.
Senator Carter.
Aye.
Senator Irwin.
Aye.
Senator Esserl. Aye. Senator Gross. Senator Houston.
Aye.
Senator Colvin.
Aye.
Senator Keebler.
Aye.
Senator Kelleher.
Aye.
Senator Majors. Aye. Senator Triguez.
Aye.
Senator Punzel. Senator Brunel.
Aye.
Senator Reber.
Aye.
Senator Reyes.
Aye.
Senator Schmidt.
Aye.
Senator Wheaton.
Aye.
Speaker Wilson.
Aye.
Senator Wolf.
Aye.
With that, congratulations to Abby Rising. With that, we will move on to the approval of the Director of Student Affairs, or Senate. President Bradley, you can stay planted.
Thank you, sir.
You'd like to join us.
You're here a lot to meet today, I'm terribly sorry. Oren's appointment as Director of Student Affairs reflects a deep confidence in his unmatched dedication to public service and their steady, thoughtful leadership. Currently serving on the Whitewater Common Council and involved in several city committees, Oren bridges the gap between student voices and institutional power with skill and determination. His work at the intersection of student governance and local policymaking has already brought students to the table where decisions are made. He's pursuing graduate studies in higher education, and their academic background enriches every conversation he enters. What sets Oren apart isn't just his resume, it's his calm presence, his reliability, and his consistent desire to serve others before himself. As Director of Intergovernmental Affairs, he elevated WSG's relationship with the city and state leadership. As Director of Student Affairs, Parker and I are beyond confident he will elevate the student experience just the same. Parker and I couldn't be more excited to watch him lead into this new chapter.
Wonderful. Director Smith, would you like to say anything? More than welcome.
I don't really have a lot to add. Just that if you've spoken with me before, you know that student affairs is really, truly my passion. It's what I'm pursuing professionally, courtesy of the higher education leadership degree. But I'm also incredibly connected across the region and also in Ontario with different higher education institutions. So I get to learn a lot from what they do, particularly within their student affairs department. I'm also have had the opportunity in the last 4 years to grow a lot of connections with different administration here on campus. I'm sure Frank knows that personally. So I think that I'm really in a good spot to be able to do a lot of good with this position, and I yield to questions.
Wonderful. We have moved to questions. Parliamentary Harold.
This is a question that I'm sure both of you have some context to, so I would love to hear from both of your perspectives. I would like to know why, especially with all the important primaries coming up and the budding relationship between WSG and other interpersonal violence prevention efforts on campus, why Oren is being moved out of the intergovernmental affairs directorship into student affairs.
Sure, it was clear to Parker and I that this is Oren's area of passion. And we wanted to see what they could do in the Department of Student Affairs. Additionally, I think there are some committees that we host internally that can do much of this work. But I'm going to hand you back over to Oren. Much of this work will continue by the Director of Student Affairs. So I'll let Oren touch on that.
Yes, like President Bradley just mentioned, I'm still planning to continue my work in civic engagement. I look forward to continuing the restructure of Workhouse Vote, JAM, and they are parallel passions for me. I think that civic engagement is part of being a successful student. Growing those skills is part of what allows us to be successful. So I don't plan to step away from that work.
Any other questions? Senator Punz?
So earlier in your introductory speech, you had mentioned you somehow had connections to Ontario. I'm kind of curious on how you managed to get connections with Canada.
Sure. So I'm currently the Associate Director for the National Residence Hall Honorary for the Great Lakes region. We oversee the National Residence Hall Honorary and RHAs in Michigan, Ontario, Wisconsin, Indiana, and Illinois. So through that role, I'm connected to quite a few different institutions. I'll be continuing working with them as the Regional Director next year. So I will have a lot of opportunities to remain engaged in that space.
Senator Carter?
How would you describe your leadership style in 3 words?
I consider myself a compassion-led leader.
Senator Cobb?
Seeing as there's a change in office, what improvements or what different initiatives would you decide to do? What would be your target, your new goals, or either something new or something to be refocused on if you were to get student affairs?
Sure, I've got a few things I already have some ideas for. I would mention that since I've not been in the room for student affairs meetings and I've been a bit separate from the student affairs section of student government for the previous year, a lot of my knowledge and plans would come from meetings taking place over the summer. I really plan to gather some context for our relationship with administration as well as different initiatives going on over the summer. But beyond that information, of course, continuing civic engagement work, I would like to do It's on Us again. I'm really hopeful that we can really meet where we used to be engaged in that role that used to be somewhat under student affairs. Under student affairs generally goes to whoever is passionate about that work. Beyond that, I'd like to relook at how we are engaged in Spring Splash. We used to do a lot of prevention work leading up to Spring Splash that we didn't do this year. I want to see what impact that made in the city, and then see how we can rework how we engage with that to ensure student safety. I also want to put a focus on supporting senator initiatives. So if it's the bathroom project that's being worked on right now, things like that are things that I really want to work on, and I have ideas for how to engage senators and really work with senators on their work. Beyond that, I know dining and parking are really big always, right? But those are some of the things that I would need to get some context for before I can come up with a very specific plan.
Can I touch a little further? This summer, Parker and I will be working with the executives to redo our organizational priorities as we did this past year. That includes conversations like Warren's mentioned. And so you'll see some thought and some thoughtful thought put behind that decision-making process.
I have a question that echoes well in that conversation. So I was looking at old agendas and old minutes from like 2 years ago, and I saw when Senator Bradley was appointed to his Director of Student Affairs. And I think it's been pretty clear that you are extremely passionate about student affairs. I think that's part of what makes you so good at your job. How do you think interacting with the Student Affairs Director, Associate Director, the department as a whole, what does that relationship look like from a president who's really student affairs driven? And I would ask a similar question to Warren in kind. What is it like working with a president who's particularly student affairs driven?
Sure, it means I look over their shoulder a little bit more than the other directors. Because I've been in those meetings and I've been with those people and I've had close personal relationships. I'm much closer with Kristen and Frank than I've ever been with the provost, and that's just the nature of the jobs I've had. But I also view it as being able to support more. I have more contacts, I'm in some of the same meetings, so that's what I'm passionate about. And so I view it as whoever Director of Student Affairs is awfully fortunate to have somebody who cares so deeply about the work. It's my goal to ensure that as a president, I support whoever's in that role. I want to see it succeed. I want to see that person do well, because I was once that person. And I was supported well by my president.
I suppose I can't really speak to that yet through the perspective of student affairs, but in my time as Director of Intergovernmental Affairs, and also running in a slate against God. I think that our mutual passion for student affairs and bettering student lives has really allowed us to be able to see past any personal differences and really meet where it matters, to find compromise and to really focus on the student and less about ourselves. And I really hope that partnership is able to continue.
Okay.
Really quickly, what, just to clarify, what do you think should be considered in like a report? Or how would you like your interaction with the Senate in regards to like a daily?
I'm sorry, can you clarify?
Just what, or how do you view your interaction with the Senate, what you would bring to the Senate each meeting? Like when you would bring your report?
Oh,
Sorry, I need to.
No, you're good. I think continuing a lot of what I currently do, updates about current resources, as well as updates about what I'm meeting about. If it's something I'm not able to share because of confidentiality issues, I would try to state that up front within my report as well. As you all know, I try to give as much information as I can. And if I receive questions, I'm more than happy to answer them as well. I also think a lot of engagement with senators, as people who are on my elections engagement committee knows, happens in committees. I have some ideas for how to engage senators in that committee work, especially starting off at the beginning of the semester and potentially even over the summer for those who are continuing and returning. Yeah.
So, Oren, I know you're really heavily involved across various organizations, clubs, you know, on top of that, combining your, you know, civic duties with now being director of student affairs, and on top of that all, being a graduate student, you know, in your first semester. I'm just wondering, like, how do you plan on managing your time, especially with another commitment in student government added on top of that?
So what I can share is, as some of you may know, I've been getting progressively less involved this year and will be at a record low of involvement next year, which is a little scary to me because I like to keep myself busy. I have 3 graduate classes next semester. They are Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday from 5 to 7. Beyond that, I will have a 20-hour GA shift in the one-stop, 20 hours a week. Other than that, I have city council in the evenings. I have GLACUR, the Great Lakes Association of College and University Residence Halls. That's the only time I'm going to say the full acronym. And those really work around my schedule, especially through my ability to be regional director. The only times I could see any conflict would likely be there are a few conferences I have to attend for that position, but I already do attend them through my associate director position.
I'd like to touch on that, that's right, Mr. Speaker.
Absolutely.
This past year, and currently, Warren is much busier than they will be, and has no problem reaching not only the minimum requirements for hours that our standing rules require and what's included in the director's contracts, it already goes well above and beyond. So we have no concerns at all with Warren's schedule. It's something we did consider, so know that, but something that we find total peace and comfort in. We don't worry about it at all.
Is that a follow-up, Senator Houston?
Oh, no, I think Oren is more than qualified. I just wanted to see what your response to that would be.
Any other questions? Going once and twice. Seeing none. Deputy Speaker Petrinus.
You could be adding 2 on 2 about today.
I prepared for this question. I would be a carpenter pencil for 3 particular reasons. I'm adaptable. I'm able to change and adjust as needed. Erasable pencils, right? I pay quite a bit of attention to detail, and I make my mark wherever I go.
Any other questions? Going once, going twice, none. With that, we'll do a roll call vote. A vote of aye will be a vote. In favor of the candidate, a vote. Nay will be a vote against. Madam Clerk, will you ready? Would you please call the roll?
Senator Carter.
Aye.
Senator Irwin.
Aye.
Senator Esterl.
Aye.
Senator Houston.
Aye.
Senator Kelvin.
Aye.
Senator Keebler.
Aye.
Senator Kelleher.
Aye.
Senator Majors.
Aye.
Senator Patricius.
Aye.
Senator Punzel.
Aye.
Senator Purnell.
Aye.
Senator Reber.
Aye.
Senator Reyes.
Aye.
Senator Schmidt.
Aye.
Senator Wheatman.
Aye.
Senator Bull,
Aye.
and Senator Brzezowski.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. My mistake. Speaker Wilson.
Aye! With that, it is my honor, my pleasure to announce Warren Smith as the new director. Alright, with that, we are going to move on to the Associate Director of Student Affairs. Gavin, you're welcome to join Doug up front. Doug, you can sit there. President Bradley, you can sit there.
That's fine, thank you. So I need to wait for Gavin to make it.
No, you can start.
Let's take a time to get started. Every great team needs a spark, someone who brings fresh eyes, contagious enthusiasm, and I think I said that, and a willingness to grow to their full potential. Gavin is that spark, though just a first-year student, he has already begun distinguishing himself as a leader among his peers. Between his involvement in the Law Society and commitment as a member of the tennis team, Gavin has shown that he understands balance, commitment, and excellence. What impressed us most was his eagerness to step forward, not with all the answers, but with the right questions. He wants to make a difference, and he has a heart to do so. In bringing Gavin on board as the Associate Director of Student Affairs, we're making an intentional investment in the future, not just of our team, but of this campus. He represents the promise of tomorrow, and we're proud to help guide him into a leadership role that will shape both his experience and the experiences of so many others of your constituents.
Firstly, I want to thank President Badley and Vice President Bain for appointing me for this role. I can't even explain how excited I would be to take this position. Ever since I joined Whitewater Student Government, I just love the energy in this room, and especially from these individuals sitting over here. I can't wait to learn from someone like Warren, to see how committed he is in so many different ways. That sounds incredible. I'm a legal studies major, and I hope to do something like this one day for a living. I would like to think that some of my best skills are my leadership, my communication, and I really feel that a role like this is somewhere where that would be important. With that, I yield to any questions that any of you may have, and I can't wait to answer them.
Wonderful. With that, we'll move into questions. Are there any questions? Sorry, number. Material.
You also have had a distinguished career in the Senate so far, so similar to Senator Gross, my question to Senator Gross, how will you take that experience and use it to work productively with the Senate and your committee?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. As I haven't been a director yet, I don't quite know what hosting a committee looks like. But what I do know is that the very people that sit in this org are some of the most important people to make it work. I really value face-to-face communication and one-on-one meetings. So I really think for me to succeed in this role, I'm going to need a ton of input from all of you, and the president, of course. But as a sophomore, and to be new to this role, I think I want as much help from you all as possible. I want to hear as many ideas and ways that we can create a better life for students on campus as possible.
Yes. Parker and I were not ignorant to the fact that there's a couple of us directors and executives who've been here for quite some time. And so it was really important for us not to just bring in some new folks, but folks from the Senate who understand what the relationship is like, but have also maybe been let down by it. So we want to bring some folks in who can help us outreach the senators and ensure and hold the rest of us accountable that we are working with senators and leaning on senators when it comes to constituent outreach and providing feedback.
Can you expand what you believe that relationship should look like?
That is quite a lengthy process. It is our job to listen, and it's your job to tell us. I mean, that's the simplest way to boil it down. I think the role of the senator is to get out, work with your constituents, and report back. So I think it's a beautifully unique relationship, and I want to make sure that we have folks who are ready to listen to senators and know what it's like to be a senator as of recent. But yeah, that relationship I think is senators ought to go out,
listen to their constituents, report back to us, and we need to listen to senators who are going after their constituents. That's our job. Let's listen to you.
Parliamentarian error?
How would you build on the work of the outgoing directors of student affairs and ensure it doesn't fall to the wayside with both of them leaving their roles?
I think that's a great question. I would love to meet with both Joe and Zaid as much as possible to end this year and moving on through the summer. I think making sure that there's a steady movement of what the past administration did and what the future holds is super important. And I'd love to serve up the knowledge of those two and what they have done to help continue their goals as well as finish that with the new goals that we may have.
Parker and I are also selected, Gavin, as a new voice. Thank you. Very intentionally. I don't mean to. This is not meant to be a pun, but it's to bring in a fresh start. All right? Terrible start. But we want fresh eyes, we want fresh opinions, and it's not Gavin's job, should he be appointed, to be the same director as Joe or Zaid. They're each own individual directors, and Gavin ought to be his own, but I do appreciate your question of how you continue some things, because there are some really good initiatives they're working on that will continue. But just for folks out there, it's not our intention for Gavin to be the same director. We're going to empower him to work on some things and initiatives of his own. Deputy Speaker.
On occasion, the Senate and Executive Board can be at odds when it comes to a decision. If the Senate were to support action in an area you don't support action, and they make the vote clear, how would you address that situation?
I think, as we heard from President Bradley earlier, our job is to listen and then follow in your footsteps. So if I may feel one way about something, of course, my opinion is going to matter to me, and it may matter to multiple people. But at the end of the day, our job is to listen to senators and then make what senators want happen. And the job of the senators is to listen to students and make that happen, so on and so forth. So I think the senator's opinion will be extremely valuable to me and how I want to do this work. I'm not coming in here like I'm megamind and I have all the answers on how to fix student affairs. I mean, that'd be silly. Really, what I want to do is be the connection and the voice that connects senators and students to those faculty members to make those changes. So I would take huge consideration of what the senators are saying, especially about.
Senator, I guess this is a question for more President Bradley, but what made him stand out against some of the other people who may have applied?
Want me to stand out against others?
Yeah.
Sure. I think one thing we mentioned is going fresh in the Senate. He is young, finishing your first year, and shown lots of promise and willingness to get involved. But also similar to Orrin, Director Smith, really good at time commitment, managing the time commitments, time management. And I think Parker and I, again, realizing that some of us who will be graduating and have been on the cabinet for a couple of years now, realizing we wanted to bring somebody newer in. And of the candidates, Gavin was the best.
Senator Houston.
Again, a question for President Bradley. How does the whole selection process work when it comes to selecting cabinet members? What does the overall process look like exactly?
Sure. So everybody before you today applied, submitted their resume, answered a question about leadership roles they've had or what they've learned as being a member of the organization. We've only received applications from folks who are in this room, either senators or executives. They then have an interview, typically just with Vice President Bain. For Olivia and Gavin, as they're coming from the Senate, I joined those interviews. But for the others who are currently directors, really they've been interviewing since September when we first hired them. And then Parker and I collaborated to make a decision, got some where we felt comfortable, sent them off to the speaker, and we're here to share with you what we've seen in them and why they'd be great fits.
What goals do you have for this position?
I think firstly, right away, I just want to become as connected as possible to senators, to faculty, to directors, etc. I want to make sure that I am connected in as many ways as possible, so then when there's a chance to create change, I have those connections. And then after those connections are made, I want to use those connections to hear what students are struggling with, what really gets them going, and bring those changes to those people that I will not have the privilege to speak to, in those meetings that I'll have the privilege to sit in. For me, what has really made my first year incredible has been my involvement on campus. Whether it's the UWW tennis team, whether it's Law Society, whether it's WSG, or whether it's nightly events like the karaoke's and things like that.
Big karaoke.
I like to sing.
Big karaoke.
But the moral of the story is I have loved my time on campus because of the campus that has made that possible. And I want that for more students. So I guess if there's one thing that really gets me going and fires me up, it is connecting students to their campus and to other students in a better way. Because I think more students would have a much better time here if they had those connections.
You're speaking a lot about connections and a lot about, can you name some specific initiatives you want to do? And the second question, if I know the Honorable President Bradley has spoken on why he picked you, could you tell us why you think you'd be the best candidate for this position and why you would stand out?
Sure. So let me start with certain initiatives. As I'm not in the role yet, I don't want to speak too far and step too far, but I do have a few ideas. Like I said, something that really gets me going is student connection and student involvement. I really want to see more involvement in university-hosted events. Whether it's a comedian that comes Thursday night, whether it's a karaoke or a young auditorium event, I want to see more students showing up to these things to create a better cohesion of students together. I think some interesting ways that we could maybe go about that is working with the New Student Seminar. If you all remember, it's that class everyone has to take that kind of runs you through what this campus is and connects you. I think working with those professors and with that class to create a way where we make students come out and try it, maybe get their feet wet in the campus events, then maybe that leads to them going to them more. Whether that's the karaoke, whether that's bingo night, or whether that's intramural sports. And then your second question, too, is why I think I would be good for this role or the best candidate for this role. As I may not have the resume that some others to back this up, I love the idea of working for the students. I want to create change for the students. For my goal in life, I want to do that professionally. So for me, a role like this is something that you will never catch me not applying for. Anytime that Doug said, there's an application out to be a director of student affairs, you're gonna find my name on it. Because this stuff fires me up and it's really what I wanna do. I think I have the leadership skills and the communication to make change for students. I think throughout my time, whether it's being a captain of my high school team, whether it's being an election canvas intern in Walworth County, or coaching tennis, or being an officer in the Board of Law Society, I thrive when I'm in a leadership position, and I really enjoy communicating with others. I love to sit down and have a conversation about how people feel, and then hopefully use their opinion and their mindset to give myself some new ideas to work from, and then take those ideas and make change. So that's why I believe I'm the best candidate for this role, and I yield to more questions.
Second comment on follow-up?
Really quick, so just to clarify and make this position crystal clear, your idea for your new initiatives is to get more students to attend currently existing initiatives?
Correct, yes.
Also keep in mind, directors work for the president and vice president. And I mentioned earlier that Parker and I, in collaboration with directors, will be having some conversations with campus leadership and administration this summer to figure out what are some low-hanging fruit that we can tackle as we start the semester, and some of our new folks are getting used to the role. But a lot of what a director does, and I say this in my own experience as being a director once, is the president and the vice president will assign you tasks. And it's through that you find what you're passionate about and you dig in and you sink your teeth into it. And that becomes your project. So I mean, it's really tricky. If you would ask me when I was up here looking to be a director, what my passion project was going to be, I didn't know, right? But at this point, it's every director's job to work and listen to the president and vice president. Like I said, I'm student affairs director. Gavin will be very much supported in the role, and he's going to find his passion project. We're going to ensure that.
Senator Bolt.
Early on in this, I guess you could call it questionnaire segment, there was mention of wanting to keep some current initiatives going. What do you see as really like, that's what I want to keep working on?
I'm going to have to dig deeper into that, as I haven't had time to speak to the past directors or to the current administration about future roles. And I think that's really what this summer holds for me, is finding out what this organization is doing and how we can continue that. But like President Bradley said earlier, I'd like to echo that I will be my own director moving forward. So number one, I want to soak up as much knowledge as I can from the directors, from Orrin especially, who I'll be working very closely with, and kind of let him lead the way and just find any spot I can, like the president said, to sink my teeth in, get passionate, and make change.
Senator Ritter.
So this may be it's kind of a question for both of you, because I might have a different understanding of what directors are always supposed to do anyway. But, so do you think that student affairs is a very important position? It just is. All of us, our job is to watch out for the students, and it's arguably one of the most important directorships. But do you think that it would harm the position in any way to have an associate director that needs to be trained to do their job? Or do you think that would be okay?
I'm going to tell you a story. What was the year? 2024?
Which one are you talking about?
No, it's 2023. Nope.
Yeah.
2023, so long ago. 2023, I was appointed as the Director of Student Affairs. Abby was appointed Academic Affairs. Who else was on back then? Laura Dockey, who just stepped out for a second. Angelina Izzo was our president. Jordan Robinson, you don't know Jordan. Well, I'm talking about people who were here. And my training was a pat on the back and a good luck, you're going to do great from the gentleman before me. There's more people who are put into these roles who have to learn first than who are already highly qualified and know exactly what they're going to do. That's just a matter of fact, right? I mean, most of us came from being senators, and in that year we had some uncertainty, and most of us were just thrown in. Maybe all of us were just kind of thrown into the role and said, good luck, serve students to the best of your ability. And that's what we did, and I think things turned out all right, and that's what Gavin's going to do. He's going to serve students to the best of his ability with the support of folks who have been here, and we have no doubt in our minds that he'll make a fantastic director.
Parliamentarian Irwin.
If you mind, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go off of that. While I understand the question of someone needing training, may that create hiccups? While I might not be trained for this role, and I'm not sure many directors were trained beforehand, I know that I have the passion and the fire and the ability to make it happen once I get this role. I'm going to soak up as much as I can, and then once I get my feet in there, I know that my ability, as well as my passion to create change for the students, will be enough to make this an extremely successful year. I can do it to the speaker.
Parliamentarian.
This refers to my earlier question about what's going to be kept working on from the current directors. And specifically, I wanted to ask about what I view as Director Balistreri's seemingly #1 priority, the one-stop common application. Are you familiar with this project? And and of course this goes to President Bradley too, do you intend to keep working on that to make that a reality on campus?
I'm not extremely familiar with that project, but like I said, moving forward, I would love to get as close to Joe as I can and understand exactly what his goals are, and then follow the lead of the president and Orrin to say, how can we take this project, how can we either make it better or continue it the way it's going, and create change for students.
The fact of the matter is we are currently under contract with Connect 2 for the next 3 years. So whether we like it or not, that is our app. That's our one-stop app. And what we're going to be tasking Gavin with and Orrin is how we make that app the best it can be. Right? We can put everything we want into that app, and when we find something that we want that we can't, that's when we should start looking for different applications. But regardless, we're stuck with it for 3 years. But right now, it does not let us down. Everything we've asked for has been able to be uploaded, whether it's dining or maps or whatever, you name it. It's been added. So that right now, Mr. Parliamentarian, to answer your question, it's looking into how can we best set up Connect 2, how can we make the best of what we currently have. And that'll be our job, and then it'll be the job of whoever's up here 2 years from now, to determine if Connect 2 is still the way we want to go.
Just so everybody's aware, I don't want to make anything unclear. I'm trying to go 2 questions per person, so that's kind of my assumption. But also, Senator Schmidt, last question.
Well, thank gosh, this is my second question.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. I just wanted to clarify for the room.
I will just ask, and either one of you two can answer, just what do you see as your biggest drawback or flaw? I don't think Parker likes when I use the term flaw, but I will say drawback.
Opportunity for growth.
Opportunity for growth, there you go.
Sure. I guess my biggest opportunity for growth, I think we've hit on it a few times, would probably be my lack of familiarity. You know what I'm saying? Familiarity with the role. Obviously, I'm a freshman here on campus, and I've only had the privilege to be part of WSG for 2 semesters now. I think my biggest drawback would be my lack of timing. I haven't had as much time as I'd like to soak up as much as I can from these intelligent people, and then take that, and become the best senator I can be, and then hopefully become the best director I can be, and create as much change as I can for the students. So the biggest place that I have to grow is the time. The more time I can spend, the more people I can speak with to soak myself into this, become a sponge, and get as much information as I can. And I know once I get that information, and the ball gets rolling, I have the skills, the leadership, the communication, and the passion to create change for students, and I can't wait to do that.
That's something Parker and I talked about a lot, and we would agree. Gavin's young, has been in the organization very long, but it's because of our experiences, especially mine in the as in the role of student affairs, paired with Gavin's passion and willingness to learn, that we were very comfortable taking the chance for a fresh start.
With an exception, Deputy Speaker Pachunas.
Excluding potentially being appointed to this position, what is your proudest accomplishment being a student?
It's a great question. I think my proudest accomplishment would be a distinct moment, but in overall, in general. I think especially first semester as well as this semester, I think I was ready to step into the fight. I think any chance when there was something on the Senate floor, I was always ready to put my placard up and get involved. I love to speak out and I love to share my opinion, even if that's not the opinion that the majority of the room may share. So for me, my biggest accomplishment is using my voice to create change for the students. Was sitting in this room, showing up every day, and raising my placard and getting involved, staying after and speaking with the speaker, staying after and speaking with the parliamentarian at the time, or the deputy speaker, to figure out what is the best way that we can create change, how can we make a better campus for the students, and I think that in my role as director, it would be just an exemplified version of that. More getting involved, more standing up and speaking out, and more change for students. Can I do that?
Wonderful. With that, we'll move into a roll call vote. A vote aye will be voted in favor of the candidate, a vote nay will be voted against. When ready, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Senator Irwin,
Aye.
Senator Esterhol. Aye. Senator Houston,
Nay.
Senator Calvin,
Pass.
Senator Huebler.
Aye.
Senator Kelleher,
I abstain.
Senator Majors. Aye. Senator Patricus,
Pass.
Senator Kunzel,
Pass.
Senator Purnell,
Nay.
Senator Reber,
Nay.
Senator Reyes,
Aye.
Senator Schmidt,
Nay.
Senator Wheaton,
Aye.
Speaker Wilson,
Aye.
Senator Bolt,
Nay.
Senator Brzezowski,
Aye.
Senator Carter,
Aye.
Senator Calvin,
Nay.
Senator Patricus,
Aye.
Senator Kunzel.
Nay.
Alrighty, in a vote of 10-7 with 1 abstention. Congratulations, Gavin Keller. In the interest of time, we got folks in the gallery, so I'm going to move slightly out of order again. With that, we will move into, so sorry, Director Boone. I want to move into R24.5, resolution honoring Frank Bartlett for his long-standing dedication to student life. Arthur, please go to that, please. We're up for the battle of Strawberry. I don't know if you're staying up there, whoever else is presenting it. I think you should. There we go. Director Stewart, Senator Carter, President Bradley, if you're sitting up there.
I'm staying.
You have the floor.
Good evening, everyone. Hello. Good evening, everyone. So this resolution is for Mr. Frank Bartlett and his exceptional dedication. All right, clap. All right. It's for him and his exceptional dedication to the students of the University of Whitewater over the past 25 years. As both as an executive director of University Housing and assistant vice chancellor of student affairs, Frank has played a central role in shaping not just policies, but the day-to-day lives of thousands of students. He has served as an advisor, leader, and a mentor, championing inclusivity, student well-being, and shared governance. Whether supporting the Internal Student Affairs Association, guiding NALT, or enhancing residential life, Frank's work is consistently centered students first. His legacy is not only in the programs he's built, but in the people he's inspired. This resolution is a reflection of our deep gratitude for his integrity, his compassion, and unwavering service to our university. Thank you, Frank. I very much appreciate you. And on a personal note, Frank, you've been such a spark. You've been such a help for me and the rest of the students this year. And I've been very honored to be able to work with you and get to know you more on a personal level. And I wish you the best of luck in your retirement this year. You truly deserve it. So thank you, Frank.
All right, I got a few things. First off, Frank, especially this past year, it's been an honor and a blessing to get to work with you, get to talk to you, especially over the International Student Association bill that I was honored to write. Something special for the whole Senate and the Executive Board. President Emeritus Tom Kind sent me something tonight that he wanted me to say on his behalf for Frank. To my colleagues around the table and to those who share my sentiments, wherever you may be, Whitewater has a history of people who sacrifice a lot for our campus. It's exciting when people are confident to use their talents to benefit the campus. Sometimes there are setbacks, and anyone who has been here as long as Frank has indeed seen setbacks. Yet, even though those moments, I've seen Frank's genuine care, confidence, and compassion. He wants to do right for the people around him. And I often talk about servant leadership as something very important to me. But due to the buzzword, I often think that many who say servant leadership is important use the style for personal gain. It's easy to do. Do something good for someone else, and they will want to do good for you. But beyond servant leadership is what I consider the ideal type of leader. That is one who's authentic and genuine, who practices service as often as they can, even when no one wants to. Frank, thank you for being one of those campus leaders who helped install my belief of leadership, giving, caring, and support. Our campus is better because you were here. I'm glad our paths crossed so many times. With appreciation and gratitude, Tom Kind, President Emeritus, Whitewater Student Government, 2017 to 2019. Frank, that just shows you've had a lasting impact on this university, and we are going to miss you deeply. please come and visit us, and that I'm going to hand over to President Bradley now.
Well, it's hard to top up those two gentlemen. I'd say it's been an honor to work with you, both the director and as the student body president. I've learned a couple things about you. That you believe that Diet Coke is not real Coke, and that Kristen's crazy for drinking it. You're not a big fan of hugs. You love, but you have a great handshake. That you're selfless, always. And so it's been an honor of mine to work so closely with you. I wish you the best of luck in retirement. You're going to heading down south to be with your family finally after all these years. But you earned it, you deserve it. Thank you for everything. This university would look way different if it weren't for Frank Bartlett, and I thank you.
Wonderful. With that, we will move into questions. Are there any questions for the submitters? Anyone requesting none? With that, we'll move into content changes. Are there any content changes? Once or twice, see none. With that, we'll move into clerical edits. Are there any clerical edits? For once or twice, see none. With that, we'll move into discussion. And if possible, I'd like to start. I really got close with Frank through Malt this year, and it's so amazing to have someone so warm and someone so genuinely funny in the room for that long. Frank, you brighten every single room you're in, and I don't think I've seen another administrator make it to our office more than I see you. The amount of times I've shaken your hand in the WCC and shared a 2, 5, 10-minute conversation with you, I don't think a lot of administrators quite understand how special that is to the folks in the office. Student affairs is student affairs, and you are touching base with students consistently through your work with OutSay, through just you being around and being a warm guy. You are exemplary in your service, and I appreciate that so much. So thank you. Senator Houston.
Yeah, so I've had nothing but good things to say about Frank. When I was at the RA banquet and you went up on stage and announced you're retiring, I was honestly, kind of saddened, but also first thing I thought of was, well, I guess we're gonna have a resolution honoring you. So, yeah, honestly, my organization's kind of small. It's called NACA, and our membership is very small. But Frank, he attended majority of our meetings. He was always there. He's always supporting us and helping us with any questions we would have. And not only was he just listening, supporting us, but also he just generally always has a smile on his face, and just the amount of care that he has for students, the amount of the passion that he has for his world is just outstanding. And I honestly, for, what is it, 25 years you've been at Whitewater, is that correct? Yeah, just the fact that our school is just known as a very, very social school, especially for, a D3 school, and just the work that you've done in, electrifying our clubs and organizations, just honestly, just outstanding, all I have to say. And I don't think there's any, as cliche as it sounds, I don't think there's anyone more deserving of this honor than Frank Bartlett.
Frank, when I got into school, you were one of the first administrators I ever spoke to. And I don't know if you remember what fall of 2021, the spring of 2022 were like in the realm of administration on this campus, but there was a lot happening. And you were certainly the most present and most consistent throughout that time. I've seen a few chancellors, I've seen some mixed provosts, I've seen a lot of different administrators, and I can certainly say that you are one of the most, if not the most present. And the support you have shown students through incredible hardships over not only my last 4 years, but certainly before us, has impacted students' lives more than I think you know, and more than I think any of us can express. So I really hope you know that.
Frank, I would like to say that I got to work with you over this last semester, and I'll forever be grateful because you were truly super critical for every idea that I brought. And I truly, I've never met someone so honest and so caring and so endearing to a thought process, and be truly understanding to how to cultivate it and how to improve it and then make the best version of it. and you have truly inspired me to take that into my career. So I can't thank you enough for that.
Right.
So I did not get to work with you very much, but I will say that you're incredibly welcoming and always just checking in if you're at the same event. So I always appreciated that, and it's obvious that you brought that forward in your role in trying to serve students. And so I really appreciate that, and I'm sure you're going to have a great time.
Parliamentarian?
Mr. Bartlett, your kindness and warmth shone through in every interaction anyone ever had with you and touched all those who interacted with you very deeply. What also always struck me from my interactions with you was the avid interest you took in whatever topic you were discussing, and indeed in Whitewater student government more generally. I can recall very few, if any, other administrators who have come and sat through our rather long Senate meetings if their presence was not required for our proceedings. And that interest is something I always greatly respected and was very thankful for. You are truly the pinnacle of what the relationship between student government and the administration should look like, an avid interest on both ends in the other's thoughts and internal workings. So thank you very much.
Senator Bull.
Unfortunately, we did not have as much time to work together as I would have hoped, especially hearing everybody's great testimony. But I do remember when I think you had finished a SUFAC meeting, actually, and I saw you on the second floor of the UC, and I'll just say that my day wasn't going the best. But really talking to you and just, I mean, the fact that I'm sure that everybody is different, but you, despite that, like Parliamentarian Irwin said, like you truly had an intent on just listening in, especially after a SUFAC meeting. I know that those can sometimes be a little bit either lengthy or heavy, but it was just really nice to have someone that you could tell cared. And there was a lot of care in that one conversation, and I just really appreciate it.
Vice President Bailey?
Well, I get the pleasure of meeting Frank more formally this year during our MEL process. Through hours of meetings, take a little bit of a toll on you. But when you get to wake up every morning, whether it's 7, 8, 9 a.m., and you see Frank's lovely smile, it can't help but bring a smile to your own face. So I would just think it's awesome to know the resiliency you had through all of that and the always positive can-do attitude that you brought to each of those meetings and throughout your life.
Any other discussion? Once, twice, seeing none, with that, we'll move to a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, you ready? Please call the roll.
Senator Esterl? Aye. Senator Houston?
Aye.
Senator Kelvin?
Aye.
Senator Keebler?
Aye.
Senator Kellerman?
Aye.
Senator Major? Aye. Senator Rodriguez?
Aye.
Senator Kunzel?
Aye.
Senator Purnell?
Aye.
Senator Reavers?
Aye.
Senator Reyes?
Aye.
Senator Schmidt?
Aye.
Senator Wheaton? Aye. Speaker Wilson?
Pass.
Senator Bolt?
Aye.
Senator Brzezinski?
Aye.
Senator Carter?
Proud aye.
Senator Irwin?
Aye.
And Speaker Wilson?
Proud aye. And with that, R 24-25-12, resolution honoring Frank Bartlett for his longstanding dedication to student life. Passed unanimously.
After all these years, I find it surprising when people still trust Frank with a microphone, but I find myself in this boat. So Frank, the floor is yours.
Well, you're going to have a long meeting, so I'll be brief. So I'm deeply grateful for this honor. It means a lot to me. You know, I went to the gala on Friday night and they had all these old
WSG presidents. And it was great interacting with all, I knew them all. And I had a relationship with all of them. And it wasn't always positive, right? But it was never combative. We both had a role, right? I have a role to serve the students, and the students have a role to sometimes challenge what I intend to do. But we always work in tandem when we work at best. If there's skills I have, like being a little bit lighter in the room, I never take myself too seriously. But if there's some skills you see, take them, steal them, right? Become the better person that you always can be. It's very important that you all develop as best you can be and be very successful in life. And I've had a good run. I've enjoyed it. It's 25 years here at UW-Whitewater and 41 years overall. So it's been a great run and I've enjoyed it. And again, I can laugh at things that sometimes I should have probably cried at. But that's okay. That's who I am. But take that away, you know, and I'm still a human being and I try to do my best. And tomorrow's always a new day. If I'm not here, and I don't know what my last day is, you know, with the state budget situation, it's got things complicated. So, you know, the only thing I can do is laugh. And I'm starting to get long. So, thank you again. This means a lot to me. The relationship the administrator has with the student is very important, at least in my own mind. You know, and I took it very seriously. And, you know, I did go to a lot of meetings on, you know, SAO, you know, NACA, you know, we had Mike and all, and that was critical because I went to a program and I saw something that I think we should have done as a campus, and we did it. I didn't win every battle, you know, and nor did I think I was going to win every battle, but I sure as hell won a lot more than I lost, and it didn't even close. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Frank. Thank you for enduring the long meeting we've had up to now, and thank you for being here. Thank you for all of this. We really appreciate you, Frank. All right, clap this up. Come on. Frank, you're the best. With that, we will move into item L, R242513, resolution honoring the significant contributions of Ward Up. I don't know who's staying, we've got folks staying, we've got folks joining, Director Linda, Senator Carter, President Brennan, you have the floor.
Good evening, everyone. Us three have the honor and the privilege to show R24-2513 resolution honoring the significant contribution of Laura Dobke to the forum night. I'm just going to start from the fourth whereas, and that whereas Ms. Laura Dobke was the Whitewater Student Government's Associate Director of Communications during the 2023-2024 academic year, and whereas Ms. Laura Dobke was the Whitewater Student Government's Director of Communications during the fall 2024 semester, substantially serving as the Chair of the Public Relations Committee and Student Representative on the Chancellor's Committee for Mental Health, and noting that Ms. Laura Dobke was at one point the longest serving member of the Whitewater Student Government for several months. And whereas Ms. Laura Dobke, as both the newly appointed Associate Director of Communications and the Director of Communications, rejuvenated the WSG online presence by developing a universal organizational branding. And I'm going to jump to the next page here. Whereas outside of the WSG, Ms. Laura Dobke was heavily involved on campus, most notably as a UC graphics and marketing intern, the Vice President of Programming for the Delta Zeta sorority, and as a 2-year U leader. And whereas Ms. Laura Dobke's success and dedication to others is most evident through her multiple Lucy Baker Involvement Awards, several semesters on the Dean's List, and as the 2024 James R. Conner Leadership Award and Grant recipient. And therefore, be it resolved, the Whitewater Student Government is forever grateful for the lasting impact that Ms. Laura Dobke has made in shaping the voice, image, and outreach of the Whitewater Student Government, an influence that will resonate with the organization long after her tenure at UW-Whitewater. Therefore, be it finally resolved, and henceforth be it forever known, the Whitewater Student Government shall recognize Laura Elizabeth Dobke as the first ever Director of Communications Emeritus of the Whitewater Student Government, and hereby grants her all honors for which that title bears. I've known Laura for the last 4 years, as someone part of Greek life, working in the University Center, and my time in WSG. I don't think I've seen a harder worker for social media, public relations, and everything like Laura. Laura always has a smile on her face, and that no matter how hard whatever she's going through, and I just appreciate Laura for all that she's done, not only for me. I mean, she was one of the first people that introduced herself to myself when I first joined back in fall of 2023, and she even made us Senate apparel, so sometimes you'll see Deputy Speaker or Patricus or me wear that WSG quarter zip. That was made by Ms. Dobke. So Laura, it's been an absolute honor and privilege. I'm going to hand the microphone to one of these two to talk more.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Laura, I just want to start off by saying how much I appreciate you. I wouldn't be in the position I am today without you, and I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for that. But as Laura being the formal director of communications, she didn't just hold the role, she transformed it. Laura brought energy, vision, and strategy to the social media platforms for WSG. Beyond her achievements, what stands out the most is the way she supported me through it. I couldn't have asked for a better mentor. She was generous with her time, honest with her feedback, and always there to guide me as I stepped into this role. Laura, thank you so much for setting the bar so high for me with taking this role. Let me tell you, wow, was it scary at first. I had some big shoes to fill for sure, but thank you for helping me believe that I could reach that. I appreciate it.
When I heard this bill was being written, I called Logan and I said, Logan, is it for thanks or is it for emeritus? He said, it's for thanks. And I said, no, it has to be an emeritus bill. I can't think of anybody who walks campus who's more deserving than Laura to be an emeritus member, especially our first director of communications. For those of you who haven't been here for a couple years, Laura came in off of a communications lull in this organization and turned that ship around awfully fast. It's because of Laura we have the social media presence we have. It's because of Laura that we have the apparel we have. It's because of Laura we have the followers that we have. It's because of Laura we have the branding that we have. There is nobody more deserving than Laura Dobke to be our first director of communications. And I hope you all can see that. And it's been my honor to work with Laura as a colleague and as a friend, frequently sending Instagram reels back and forth. So thank you for all you've done. You deserve it. We'll yield.
Wonderful. With that, we will move into questions. Are there any questions for this minister? With that, we move into content changes. Are there content changes? With that, we move to clerk letters. Are there any clerk letters? With that, we move to discussion. Advisor vote.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't agree more with President Bradley, but I've known Laura since her first day on campus as a member of the ULEAD family. I cannot begin to tell you the number of students that she has directly influenced, whether through her Greek life, through being a U leader. And I remember the days of Laura as a senator on this group. And I remember telling the president at the time when they asked her to join the e-board that I said, well, you better be sure about this because the Senate will feel her absence. And they didn't feel her absence because she was here participating on issues, helping, sharing perspectives. And I'm just so grateful that she decided to give a piece of her heart and a ton of work to this organization. And I'm very grateful, Laura, for all that you've done and will continue to do, I have no doubt. So congratulations on graduating, but also on this honor. Thank you. You what?
You lead.
You know.
I just want to say that I admire your passion and the fire that you brought to this role. you really went above and beyond, even going as far as to Brock to do outreach there, which I'm sure with your hectic schedule, really took time out of your day. And so that was something you definitely, if you looked at the job description, I'm sure you didn't have to do, but you really cared about students. And so I just want to thank you for that. And I really enjoyed working with you. So I'm sure you're going to do great things.
Parliamentary North?
What is the point of a student government that no one knows about, who they can't contact, who they can't rely on to do what they work, and who aren't aware of what student government provides for them? It is a bunch of people with no connection to their constituents. Director Dobke did perhaps more than any other member of the org to ensure that we did not become someone without a connection to their constituents. Her work is vital and a pillar of what our org is today, and I believe one of the primary reasons we can call ourselves a representative body. I'll also add in that in her outreach to Rock County, she tried consistently to recruit senators to go with her in that outreach, and I always appreciated that and her other attempts to collaborate with the Senate. I'm, as some of you might know, rarely must agree with President Friendly that there is no former member of the E-Board who is more deserving of emeritus status. I'm very excited to be able to confer it upon her.
Director Smith?
I've also known Laura since the very beginning of ULEAD. We were the same ULEAD class. And since that time, I've seen you take student leadership and care for students by the reins. Working with you in the University Center, in Greek life for a period of time, you are one of the people who I really look up to in how you approach people kindly, and you're always looking to find a way to create a new connection with someone. I think that's really admirable.
Sir Houston?
All right, yeah. So I know we haven't I know we haven't sat down and had many conversations, but I mean, I just want to say, believe it or not, you are my first impression in Whitewater. I mean, you were my U leader. I don't know if you remember, yeah. She was there, my U leader, and she was literally my first impression to Whitewater. I was just a scared, incoming transfer student. I was so jittery, oh my god, this is such a new thing for me. I have never done anything like this before, and she was there to actually inspire me to become a leader, and she inspired me to get involved across campus, which if it weren't for you, Lead, I mean, if it weren't for her, I might not even be here in this room right now, so, yeah, I'm kind of biased, but I have no shame in admitting it. She has done a lot for me, and I just want to thank you for that, and not just to me, but just to countless other students that you might not even realize, you might not notice the impact you've had on them, but it is true, and it very well, you have inspired so many people, and it's just the work that you have done, not only for ULEAD, but for WSG and your countless other organizations. I was a senator when you were still the director of communications, and I just saw you, as a hard worker, as someone who was helping new senators, who would always talk to new senators, and someone who would remain a positive attitude. And honestly, the importance of your role, the importance of communication just goes way beyond, WSG. It, with you, I will always see you with your camera literally everywhere, all right? It could be for other, organizations, even ULEAD. I remember attending an impact meeting and you were there holding your camera, so just the work that you have done, you might not be able to see it because, you can't really see who's behind the camera, but just honestly, helping popularize various, organizations and clubs, and just, impacting the social life on, in Whitewater. Just, you've done so much work that I believe you are very, very, very much deserving of this emeritus status, which is no small honor.
Laura, I think there are a few souls in the University Center that kind of might get trapped here into eternity, and I think, as you know, me and Doug spend hours and hours in the WSG office, but it seems like you are never not in this building. And I don't think there's any more clear demonstration of commitment to the things that you put your heart into than the fact that I can't like walk the upstairs level of this building without seeing you, or walk in without, like, you've handed me bubblers countless times. Like, I just think there's a few folks who their spirit will kind of like float in this building long after they're gone, and you're assuredly one of them. So thank you so much to your service to the university. Any other discussion? Comments? Seeing none, with that we'll move into a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, would you please call the roll?
Senator Houston.
Aye.
Senator Cullen.
Aye.
Senator Keebler.
Aye.
Senator Kelleher.
Aye.
Senator Major. Aye. Senator Patricus.
Aye.
Senator Punzel.
Aye.
Senator Cornell.
Aye.
Senator Reber.
Aye.
Senator Reyes.
Aye.
Senator Schmidt.
Aye.
Senator Wheatman.
Aye.
Speaker Wilson.
Pass.
Senator Bolt.
Pass.
Senator Brzezowski.
Aye.
Senator Carter.
Crowd aye.
Senator Irwin.
Aye.
Senator Esterholm.
Aye.
Senator Patricus.
Aye.
Speaker Wilson.
Pass.
Senator Bolt.
Aye.
Speaker Wilson.
A proud aye. And with that, R 24-25-13, resolution honoring the significant contributions of Laura Doherty is passed unanimously.
Thank you all so much for your kind words. I can't even begin to express how much this university, this building, and this organization has given back to me. I've put in many hours here in this building, and it's crazy to see some of that work pay off here and across campus. So keep up the work that you're doing, and if you ever need anything, don't hesitate to contact me post-graduation. I love to keep up to date with what's happening here, and I look forward to seeing how campus changes over the years. So I'll be around for sure, but I appreciate this recognition and wish you all the best of luck this summer and next year.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You're welcome to sit through the rest of what is looking to be a long meeting. But of course, you don't have to. You've spent plenty of hours in the building already. With that,
You what?
You lead?
You know?
and I guess I've just been reminded of an error I've made by the parliamentarian. I have yet to recognize an emeritus member in the room. Emeritus member, Director of Communications, our first ever, Laura Doherty. Alrighty, wonderful. With that, we're going to move back upward into item E, the approval of Director of Communications. President Bradley, you're welcome to stay up there. Director Limited, you're welcome to join us.
Good evening, Frank.
Good evening.
In just a short time, Paige has revolutionized how students engage with their government. When she stepped into the Director of Communications role, she inherited a critical task, making WSG more visible, relatable, and inspiring. She didn't just meet that challenge, she exceeded it. With a keen eye for design and a deep understanding of digital culture, Paige has turned our communications into a strategic advantage. From launching a TikTok page to building our visual brand and something students now recognize and trust, she's done it all with professionalism and polish. What makes Paige truly shine is her consistency. She works late to get things just right. She thinks about messaging not just from her lens, with the lens of every student on campus. And she takes feedback with grace and speed. Recommended by her predecessor, Director Emeritus Laura Doherty, and now a rising star in her own right, Paige isn't just building a communications plan, she is building community.
we are proud to have her on our team and excited to support her continued innovation.
Thank you. That's really nice of you. I don't have much to say other than that, but I just want to say for this past semester, obviously you guys heard my last speech. In my last speech, I had very big shoes to fill, and I was very nervous. I didn't know for sure how I would be able to fit in and fulfill that. But this last semester really had me realize how much I love WSG and everyone in it, and I appreciate everyone making me feel so welcome. So, thank you.
With that, we'll move into questions. Are there questions? Parliamentarian Grove.
I've had the pleasure of serving on your committee this past semester. I must say that so far I very much approve of the relationship you're pursuing with the Senate and individual senators. But my question is, how do you plan to continue with that and build upon it to make it an even more successful relationship?
Oh, Blake, I have a perfect example for you, actually. I'm actually really, really looking forward to
Video! Yes! Yes! Claps to that. Wow, see? Like you have everyone going in here. I love it. I love it. Wait. So to go furthermore into that question, Blake, besides just a day in life, I do want to keep collaborating with the Senate, and obviously with you being in my committee and other people in my committee will probably agree. I always love looking for other ideas, and I love hearing it from other people. So, okay. So just collaborating with the Senate more and just getting more ideas, I think would be really beneficial.
Demonstrator Patrice.
I have to ask, as a vice chair of the communication committee, is it possible to move our meeting times from 8 o'clock?
From 8 o'clock?
From 2 different times.
Oh, 7 o'clock? We definitely could. Just being able to align our schedules with one another, and I would be totally okay with that. I just know we both have very busy schedules, so I'm totally okay with that.
Director Limit, if you were told in a toolbox, what would you do?
I'm going to answer it the same way I answered it in the beginning of last semester, end of last semester, a hammer. You know why? Because I just get the job done. Perfect.
Senator Bell.
What would you say has been your greatest accomplishment, and what is your goal moving forward?
So for my greatest accomplishment, I would say, obviously since when I was in the same position last semester, I really wanted to create a TikTok page for WSG. And yes, it did take me a while to get that up. Like what I said, I was still trying to fulfill this role, trying to figure everything out for sure. But I would say creating the TikTok page, and my goal is to expand that for sure. We are at a smaller follower base, but I really want to expand that, and I really want to collaborate with other organizations here on campus and get our name more out there. Thank you.
So, I apologize, my question slipped my head. So what is, well, by the way, like, I really appreciate the work that you've done, just filling in for Laura and just honestly helping market our, student senate, which we really, need to do more of. But what is one thing that you could say that you might need to improve on, or just could, work on going forward?
I would say, honestly, collaborating with my committee more. I feel like I can involve them a lot more, and I think they could be really beneficial for all social media platforms.
Senator Puzzle.
First things first, welcome back. But
Thank you.
now on to the actual question. If there were any other social media platforms you could branch off into, which one would you choose, and how would you expect to maintain media engagement across multiple different platforms?
That's a good question.
Well, WSG right now is on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. We have a YouTube as well. We do have a YouTube as well. I could possibly say I feel like those platforms are the most popular ones right now, but I could say Snapchat in a way. I know a lot of people use like the Snapchat stories. I don't really know if that'd be really beneficial to WSG. In particular, I feel like Instagram and TikTok are the most beneficial platforms and the most easier way to get out to the students here on campus. So I would say those two are the best, but Snapchat,
I'd also add, it's up to the senators, if you hear something new or that students are on, that your constituents are on, to let Paige, if she were to be reappointed to the role, let her know. And then as a team meaning the cabinet, Paige as a director, the PR committee would come up with what's the best plan on how do we get students involved in this new platform. But that would take help from the Senate and a recommendation on platforms you'd like to see.
Senator Cobb.
I know the struggle to get our information out is a common and Sisyphean struggle of rolling the boulder up the hill to keep our constituents informed and more educated to the Senate, or to what the student government does. What is your ideas for improvements to continually improve, even building on what you've done previously? What would be new initiatives or new actions you'd look to do in future semester, or in the next academic year to move forward?
sorry, 1 second. Oh, okay, perfect. Yes, sorry. So one thing that I personally want to do in this upcoming semester is start designing and creating WSG merch. That's one thing that I think would be very beneficial. And I get jealous every single time when I see Oren, not here, wearing the quarter zip. And I would really love to represent WSG outside of our Senate meetings and outside of the social media platforms that I have and be able to wear it around campus proudly.
Any questions? From once and twice, seeing none, with that we will move into a roll call vote. Vote aye will be a vote in favor of the candidate, vote nay will be a vote against. When you're ready, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Senator Kelvin.
Aye.
Senator Keywood.
Aye.
Senator Kellerich.
Aye.
Senator Majors.
Aye.
Senator Patricus.
Aye.
Senator Punzel.
Aye.
Senator Purnell.
Aye.
Senator Reber.
Aye.
Senator Reyes.
Aye.
Senator Schmidt.
Aye.
Senator Wheaton.
Aye.
Speaker Wilson.
Pass.
Senator Bull.
Aye.
Senator Brusnowski.
Aye.
Senator Carter.
Aye.
Senator Irwin.
Aye.
Senator Esterholm. Aye. Senator Houston.
Aye.
Speaker Wilson.
Aye. And with that, we have approved our new Director of Communications, Paige Levitt. Congratulations, Director Levitt. With that, we will move on to interim committee reports, in which we have now the officer report, starting with the report of President Douglas Allen Bradley.
It is it's a marathon today. Thank you all very much. I told you you're going to hear a lot from me, so I'll keep this brief because there is a lot to come from this guy. So I'm going to move down to, please read my report. One thing to note is tomorrow, a shared governance meeting with the folks listed at that meeting. I am presenting whether or not a resolution recovering later regarding standing rules changes to Section 8 did pass, why or why not. So that's on the agenda tomorrow. These folks listed are very interested in that, and that's what we will be covering. So that's the only thing to note. But I want to talk a little bit about the summer. We keep saying the summer, we're going to keep working. It is true. The directors you appointed today will start July 1. So the folks before you are still the directors until then. Those are who you go through. Those are who you email. Those are who you WebEx. Those are who you talk to in the office. These are your directors until July 1st. Before July 1st, Parker and I are going to meet with the current directors and some of the future directors to figure out if they have any passion projects, what do those look like, and where can we kind of fit them in our overall list of priorities. We're also going to revisit our priorities. For those of you who remembers, we submitted priorities to the Chancellor earlier in the year, right? The Chancellor reads those. The chancellor respects those and he greatly appreciates them. So whatever we put in front of him, he keeps an eye out for, an ear open. And so we're going to look at if we're going to change those or kind of keep them the same. And also a huge part of being a director that many of you don't see, and I didn't see until I was a director, is there is lots of training over the summer. Similar to your SUFAC training, most of it's done virtually, and it's maybe like 3 times as long. So keep that in mind. The folks that you appointed tonight will go through extensive training before they even get back to campus. With that, I'll yield. Please read my report.
I have a question.
Yeah, hit me.
So you talked about training over the summer.
Yeah.
And I think you talked about it maybe 2 reports ago, could have been Parker, could have been Vice President Bain. But are there training materials ready or being prepared from past directorships and new directorships for personnel that may be changing?
Sure. So Parker and I are requesting every director, regardless of whether they're appointed again or not, prepare a transition binder. This is just for continuity. I mentioned earlier, many of us who served together as directors weren't given much besides a pat on the back. And so we're hoping to combat that, and so did President Izzo last year. And so all directors this year will prepare a transition binder, even the ones returning, because it makes for good records.
Do you have a possible date for completion?
End of semester?
Okay.
Yep.
Parliamentary.
The organizational goals you mentioned, will these be submitted as the president's goals, the e-board goals, or will you seek consultation and approval by the Senate to try to make them truly organizational goals?
This past year, they were not sent to the Senate. They were requested before the school year started. We revisited them at the semester mark. But we were kind of deep in the woods then, and we were making some good progress, and if we stopped, we'd lose that progress. It is my goal, and I'd much prefer the Senate vote on our goals. I won't have a sense until the summer of when we're going to have to get our goals to the chancellor. I will tell you, I was green last year. And so knowing now, I'm doing everything in my power to push them back. But you have to keep in mind we're both a shared governance organization and a student organization. And as the president of our student organization, I felt I had to declare those goals, and we did. We've been working on them all year.
So would it be at all possible for a senator to sit in on this training if they had an interest in trying to obtain an e-board position at some point in their WSG career, so then they can better prepare themselves for that position early, or is it a director only kind of thing?
A large part of the training is team building, but there's definitely some parts that would be applicable. We talk a lot about how do we communicate with administrators. My only concern would be we are kind of your channels to administrators, so would absolutely love to kind of mentor some folks on certain paths, and the path maybe to becoming a director one day, but there are some things that we'd have to iron out first.
Any other questions for President Gray? Going once, going twice? Seeing none, with that, we're on the report of our Vice President, President Gray.
All right. President Bradley here has got our lovely binder return. As many of you know, I think it was 2 weeks ago, I mentioned 2 weeks ago roughly, if you do not return your binders by the end of the semester, there will be a $10 charge incurred to your WINS account. So I decided it would probably be a good idea to collect binders right now, if you are willing. If not, I'll request that those get to the office by the end of the week. I have sticky notes in there that you can write your name up on there, and then we can have those packed away and saved for next year if you'd like to return with us as well. I would also like to say thank you to everybody who attended our gala last Friday. If you could take a second, if you attend the gala, give yourself a pat on the back right now. Awesome. And then for the summer, as President Bradley referred to multiple times, we'll be instructing the directors, doing a lot of training, and creating a strategic plan together for our directors. With that, I'll yield to my report.
Senator Reed.
Is this returning binders, that's for all senators? Because for some reason I thought it was only for non-returning senators.
This is for all senators.
Okay, sounds good.
Yes, sticky note and Sharpie are in the bin right up front.
Senator Bradley.
please put the sticky note with your name inside the sleeve on the front so it doesn't fall off.
I assume if we don't return them and pay the $10 fees, the binders then belong to us and we won't be asked to return them in the future.
You also won't have updated materials in them either.
What Advisor Bilkin said. You will not have updated materials in your binder if you wish to keep your binder and pay the $10. I would highly advise against that, though.
As a freshman senator who had a vested interest in keeping his binder as a freshman, I just paid the $10. I paid it in cash to Max Survey. He said it was fine, and I would encourage anyone who has a vested interest to do the same. But also, we have all of those materials on our website. So if you have a particular interest and want to maybe create your own binder, right? Mine is out of date. I try to read the new standing rules at this point. You can print them off yourselves. You can replace pages when necessary. Yeah, I would offer that context as well. Any other questions for Vice President Bailey? Going once, President Bradley, you're holding the microphone in one system.
I'm just ready to pass to our advisor. I was going to say something. I'm not being naughty.
And do we appreciate it. With that, we'll move on to the report of our advisor, Jim Hood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to be naughty either. So first of all, I just want to thank all of you for your work this year. I also want to make sure that you are prioritizing your academic pursuit at this point. If you have not yet to date, make a pledge, start tomorrow. So thank you for that and wishing you the best, that all of that will happen and that you'll get lots of rest and sleep, because without sleep and food, the machine does not run. So make sure that you do those two things. I had an all-nighter when I was in college, and I had to learn the hard way. So don't do that to yourself if you can avoid it. I would love for you to mark your calendar for September 26th. That's September 26th. It will be the joint training between the ROC SGA, WSG, and those students serving on SUFAC. Kim Clarkson and I will be working with Janine, OCG, and all sorts of folks to put that training together. It's we do the fall, and the Senate leadership does the spring. So please mark that afternoon from noon until 5, probably, just to block it off for now. September 26th. Also, I would just say that between now and when you return, remember that we still have at least 4 Senate seats open. There may be others if those of you find yourself moving off campus or moving from Drummond to Esker. Please reach out to your speaker and notify him of that, as there may be some opportunity to, with openings, make some of those changes less problematic for the group. And I think with that, Mr. Speaker, I will yield to questions.
Any questions for Dr. Bill? Nicole?
What are your summer plans? You do a lot for us, but you deserve some pleasure.
Lucky me, I work full year. So summer for me is catching up. Thank you for your thoughts. I hope to be in Door County from commencement until the week after that. But I'll be here, so come and visit. What? Yeah, Lucky Doug gets to work at SA after the summer. He'll be reading constitutions of student organizations, and we'll be planning ULEAD and all sorts of stuff for y'all. And hopefully some training for the e-board for next year. So thank you for asking.
Wonderful.
My last piece of advice is please wear sunscreen.
Even if you think you have, skin cares are happening to everybody, for real.
Honestly, I'm better.
So for your melanin-having friends in your lives. With that, we'll move on to e-board reports. Start with the report of our Director of Academic Affairs, Ted Ryan.
Oh, I'm sorry, I put it on.
No, I can do it without trying to.
Yeah,
Hi everyone again. So for the sake of time, I'm just kind of do a brief overview of some of the main things. So last week, I had a meeting with Josh Reed, the Director of Career Services. So some of the things that we talked about, the data collection for the internship repository that the graduate students in that department have been working on has been completed. So over the summer, they're going to be working on getting that up for the website. So that was exciting news. They are going to be running a campaign that will highlight some of the student internships.
So you should have gotten a survey from the college that your major is in, from Career Services. So please fill that out if you have an internship. So it's kind of applicable if you have an internship. And then this week, today, I had a Career Services meeting with the staff, Robin, who's the provost, the student advisory students. So that was really productive. First, we went through the SWOT analysis and just kind of identified whether we agreed with what is listed in that chart. And then we broke into teams to start thinking about goals. And so we're going to identify 10 goals we'll come up with a draft. And then we also discussed the mission and vision and how we want to incorporate more related to career readiness and the NACE competencies, which stands for the National Association of Colleges and Employers. So they have competencies for career services that we are hopefully going to model after. And then over the summer, I'm continuing to think through what I want to do alongside Olivia next year in terms of projects, continuing career services, all that fun stuff. So with that, I yield to any questions.
Any questions for Director Beth? Going once, and twice, seeing none, with that, we're on the report of our Director of Student Affairs. Go down, sir.
Hello, everyone. Happy 14th week. It's hard to believe that we've reached the final stretch of this semester already. It's truly been a wonderful year working with y'all and for y'all. I hope the rest of your semester wraps up smoothly and that your summer is filled with joyful experiences. So some highlights from last week. Had some check-ins with Terry and Fabio related to housing and dining. I'm still doing some continued development on this potential universal app idea for students and faculty alike. Met with Frank Bartlett. Attended the Warhawk Dining Advisory Committee, the Chancellor's Student Affairs Council, and I was also at the WSG Gala on Friday. And so looking ahead for this week and the final weeks to come, just wrapping up some ongoing projects and preparing for the transition materials for the summer. So the Internal Student Affairs Committee is still going to be on Friday. It'll be our last meeting of the semester, so hope to see you there. There may or may not be food. We're still going to figure that out, but that might be exciting. And then also I just, again, wanted to say thank you all for an amazing year. Good luck to the rest of your semester. And to that I yield.
Any questions for our Director of Student Affairs?
Firstly, thank you for all you've done this semester and year. It's been a pleasure serving on your committee, and I do hope you'll consider coming back to WSG next year, maybe in a different, some would say better part of the org. No offense, man. But I would like to ask you about your plans to continue development, planning for the Universal App Project.
Yes.
That does seem somewhat contradictory to comments President Bradley made earlier during the questioning of Senator Keller about the infeasibility of the app, so long as we're in a contract with Connect.
Yeah, so this app isn't to get rid of Connect 2. It's actually supposed to make that better and all the other applications that are available on the university better. It's essentially supposed to it's to consolidate everything into one app, right? So imagine yourself, you're just coming through SOAR, you're going through the program as a freshman, and the university was to tell you, hey, there's this one app that's all you're going to need for your whole time being a student here. It's got everything, all the questions and answers you're going to need there, and all the resources that you're going to need. I know if I was a freshman and all I needed was one app, that'd be pretty great. So.
Any other questions for Director Senator Houston?
So will the changing of the guards per se at the student affairs director positions affect your work in developing this app?
No, it would not.
Any other questions for Director Beth going once, and twice? Seeing none, with that, we're on the report of our Associate Director of Student Affairs, Dave Cowan.
All right, good evening, everybody. I hope everyone's finishing out strong. Well, let's get into this right away and let's be quick. I met with Summer Mansky, the dietitian, and we're going to help with increasing student engagement and help bridge the gap between sports and dietitian, as that's what most big colleges do, and it's surprising we already lack that. I as well met with the leadership involvement team about hate and bias reporting to increase inclusion on campus, as well as to take a stand as a campus, because other campuses have already made legislation towards it. So seeing what options are available there. I met with the sustainability committee on the expansion of the committee to hopefully make it more of a priority and possibly see what other departments can help do with the priority of sustainability, as well as decrease food waste. I attended last week the instructor awards, the gala, the alumni panel, the chancellor's advisory committee, as well as SUFAC. This week I've had the closing one-on-one with Vice President Bain to get together about the closing binder, as well with the institutional response committee for Title IX, to go over a roadmap to help educate students on what happens after a report. Follow up with the dietitian to roadmap what plans might be for the summer and for the next semester, as well we can do to bridge communication and bridge engagement with students, as students yet don't know enough about dietitian. And I have my last meeting with SUFAC, and I yield to the speaker.
Any questions for Director Khan? Going once, twice, seeing none. With that, round the report of our Director of Government Affairs.
I'm going to stay seated. This week, I'll be wrapping up some pieces for first-year experience and Hawk Card voter information and continuing our Hawk Vote restructure conversations. Again, if even beyond my tenure as InterGov, if you're interested in getting involved on a city level, please do let me know. Ultimately, thank you all so much. My time as Intergovernmental Affairs Director has been made so fulfilling and engaging by each and every one of you, and I can't thank you enough. Because of you all's support, sorry, I didn't have these numbers till this morning, which is why they are not in your packet. We were able to help 2,464 votes be cast on our campus throughout the course of the year. $1,554 of those were same-day registrants. So if you think of how much time that took, this is why you should register to vote. We were able to support a very successful Sexual Assault Awareness Month and It's On Us Week, and continue supporting students across campus with education and outreach. I would be remiss not to recognize the members of my committee, without whom much of this work would not have been completed. Representative Maddie Albanese, Parliamentarian Blake Irwin, Senator Olivia Gross, Deputy Speaker Nick Petrikis, Senator Jordan Purnell, and Speaker Isaiah Wilson. You have each been instrumental in the work we've been able to complete this semester, and I'm incredibly grateful to each of you. Thank you all for an amazing year of directorship. I yield.
Any questions for Director President Bradley?
Can you please repeat those numbers? Those are quite impressive.
Certainly. So we supported 2,464 votes to be cast in November, February, and April, and 1,554 of those across all three of those were same-day registrations.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Going once, going twice, seeing none. With that, we're on the report.
Is this on?
Page 11.
Good evening, all. I wish everyone the best of luck with their finals next week. I know I need that, so I'm just gonna send that out. Okay, so last week went to the instructor awards, went to the WSG gala, had a lot of fun. I was very excited to meet everyone's families, that was nice, good experience. This week I will be meeting with my committee for the last time, so please check your emails. Finishing up post ideas for the last 2 weeks of school. Gonna have my one-on-one with Vice President Bain, and now this summer I'm gonna start designing WSG merch. So if anyone has any ideas for me, please feel free to reach out because I would love to take them into consideration. Thank you. I yield to questions.
Any questions for Director Lynn? Once.
So if we do have any ideas for WSG merch, what is your, how should we contact you?
You can contact me over WebEx.
Communication is best, so, sorry to pop in there. Send it to the WSG.com email, just as a open records request, it makes my life a lot easier should we ever get that request. So, sorry.
No, you're good, you're good.
You're returning, but it's.
What's an open records request? For the record?
At any point, anybody can request to see our records. That does also include our communication amongst one another. That's why if you ever need to email us or get a hold of us, email is the best because the university will pull that and send it to the requestee.
Do you speak truth?
Is it common PR, the email?
WSGPR at UW.
Any other questions? Going once and twice? Seeing none, with that, we're on the report of our WSG clerk. Cindy J. West.
Okay. If you did a committee report today and didn't send it to me, could you please send it to me after this meeting so that's just easier for me to put in the minutes? I'm very thankful for Andy as they sent me a bunch of the RAP SGA minutes and stuff like that, and so I put it in the drive if you want to take a look at that, and I'm going to continue updating that. This week I met with Vice President Banks earlier today, and him and I were talking about how I will be continuing working on backlog over the summer as the first term doesn't end until the fall. So if anyone is interested now until summer begins, or if you're around this summer, like I know Senator Bull reached out to me that will be around this summer if I ever take a trip back to Whitewater for a few days, we're going to sit and work on backlog. So that'll be fun. We got some staples with me and all that. But yeah, if you need anything, please reach out to me. I'll be available through email and WebEx.
Any questions, Madam Clerk? Senator Bull?
Is it true that clearing out the backlog helps us find records of previous meetings?
Yes, it does. So then we don't have to sit and look through binders. Instead, we can just look on the Google Drive that everyone has access to, including people who aren't a part of the Senate and they just want to take a peek at it rather than moving to come to the office and look through paper binders.
Very technical question, but do the minutes for today's Senate meeting get approved at the first week of the fall, or it would be the second week of the fall semester of the first Senate meeting?
Yep. I will write up the minutes and then I hold them over the summer, just like the special session I believe I'm holding over the summer, and we will approve both at the first Senate meeting next fall.
Any other questions? Seeing none, that round of report of our city commentary by Earl.
To be brief, I just wanted to recount progress on the goals I laid out when I was elected to the goal parliamentarian. Firstly, changes to outreach. I believe that the new outreach event has largely been successful in its goal of ensuring that senators form personal connections with their constituents. I had hoped to have specific numbers how many students we reached through these outreach events. Tragically, I was way late today and was not able to meet with Speaker Wilson to get those. There will, of course, be continued discussion until every student is aware of student government. Obviously, outreach events can be better, and I will continue to engage with all of you to try to find ways to make them better. And finally, next year, due to difficulties with Connect 2, they will be moved to Google Forms, integration of WSG into new student seminar, thanks in large part to assistance from Director Reiser. We have managed some integration into new student seminar. It's not quite as broad or in-depth as I had hoped at the beginning of the process, but it is a starting point that should do some real good. And then assisting senators in reaching their goals. I must say this is the area in which I feel I have fallen the shortest. So next semester I plan to redouble my efforts to ensure that every senator accomplishes what they seek a seat in the Senate to do. And with that, I yield to my report.
Sir, Hughes.
Two questions. First of all, so I really like the addition of WSG into new student seminar. Is there anything that we can do as senators to help with that whole process?
That's an excellent question. Originally, I had hoped that the integration would take the form of senators going to new student seminar to present. That wasn't possible at this moment, but what is going to be part of it is, one part of what we did accomplish is getting WSG offices as part of the scavenger hunt. So I mean, just by being in the office, being welcoming and informative to anyone who comes in, you will be able to assist with that integration to new student seminar, and hopefully will gain even greater pathways, even greater opportunities for collaboration with new student seminar related services for senators to participate in.
I can provide some context. I mean, everybody and their mother's meemaw looking to get into new student seminars, so it's really tricky. But I'm giving my word, this cabinet's looking how we can get more involved, because we would love to see parliamentarian Irwin's vision come to reality one day. So those are continued conversations, but we've gotten our foot in the door, and we're doing the best for what they are allowing us to do right now.
Senator Irwin, would you mind explaining what the difficulties were with Connect so I can give those to Kim to correct?
They
Or was it
were
your
not.
access?
Yes,
Because you're not an
unfortunately, I was
officer?
unable to gain access to it, and using the speaker as an intermediary just presented certain issues with gaining timely access to the information.
And there are others that are officers, including myself too. So I'm sorry if you weren't aware of other people that did have access, that you thought the speaker was the sole person. But I'll put it, it's one of the things that we've asked for a modification, that people can have limited access to specific forums. So we'll see. But I'll keep you posted. You can certainly do as you choose, but I don't know that it was a problem as much as you didn't have access. Is that correct?
Which was a problem.
I understand, but you weren't.
Yeah, there wasn't a technical error with Connect to the website.
I'm familiar with tech.
Like, I'm just saying, I don't want people to be paying this much money and not have it work, is what I'm asking. And
Of course.
it worked, because it kept you up.
I'm really familiar with tech errors.
Yes, you are.
Is it correct that another issue that was coming from Connect 2 was the fact that students would get signed up for the email list when filling out the survey?
Yes, thank you so much for reminding me. That was, I think, a technical issue which a resolution was not able to be obtained and will cease existing once we move over to the Google form.
Just in regards to this last outreach event, is there still time for senators to complete it if they haven't already, or has the deadline already passed?
I'm going to be quite honest. The amount of unexcused absences you have resets at the beginning of the next semester. So there is not currently a penalty for not completing it. However, I would say that it's good practice for next semester, and I would encourage you to complete it if you can.
Given my interpretation of the standing rules and my responsibility as deputy speaker, I am interpreting the end of the semester to be tonight, and therefore due to the issues with Connect, we'll say, no outreach events have been considered for horizontal student absences at this time.
You answered my next question, thank you.
Parliamentarian Irwin, would you say it's true? It's better categorize. Would the rhetoric we use to define the issues with Connect sound better if it were issues accessing Connect? Just so everybody's on the same page with rhetoric.
There's no access.
You can use whatever you want. It's good. I just wanted to make sure it was being corrected if there was an issue. But I think it's because you don't have access to the form because you're not an
I
officer.
do think issues with access provides greater clarity.
Wonderful.
No, oh, so sorry, my bad.
If I might just say one more thing before, I know he already yielded, but I would like to genuinely thank the Senate for always participated in such stimulating conversation and always raising their placards when it comes to microports, in particular outreach events. Your thoughts provided immense improvement to the events. I very much appreciated it, and indeed it is the exact attitude that I think senators should try to emulate in everything that comes before the Senate.
Just out of curiosity, is the magic show going to be a permanent option, or was that?
As long as I am parliamentarian, so for at least the next semester, doing a magic show will result in some sort of discount and how many outreach services you have. I strongly encourage all members to pursue that. Any circus show really would count.
Oh, yeah. Does the magic show be attended by 10 individuals, or can you have a magic show with like 3 of my buddies, or 3 students, and then have 7 new non-magic show? Like, does that lower the total, or does that be 10 at once?
If you do the magic show, the total will be lowered to 10. How you get all 10 will be up to you.
Alrighty. With that, we'll move on to the report of our deputy speaker. Nick Patrick.
Happy Monday, everyone. I apologize for being out last week. Not a great time of year to get sick, but yet I do. Just a reminder that the current Senate term we're in does not end at the end of the academic year and the calendar year asterisk. So unless you resign, you will be a senator in the fall. So if for any reason you will not be here through graduation or having been appointed to an executive board position or are just sick and tired of being here, I ask that you email the speaker now your resignation. I'll also check out with all of you either late August, early September, something like that, just like, you still with us?
We're gonna workshop that for you.
But as a treat to you all, no office hours are required for the rest of the semester. Yeah. And then for unexcused absences, these are set every semester, so everyone gets a fresh start in the fall. So you will be at 0 again if you're not already. And I apologize for not sending those reminders out the last couple weeks. I've been waiting to get unexcused or outreach events to kind of figure out my math. But if you're curious how many you're at currently, you can come see me after. I believe these are the end of the semester totals. I don't think they'll change anymore, but I have end of semester totals if you're curious. If not, I'll be around over summer, so reach out, text me if you need anything. If you have a number, you can ask. And then I've got some new things coming next semester, so stay tuned. And then have a great summer.
Vice President Bay.
If you do choose to resign, please incorporate Clerk West and I on that email as well to keep our records updated and so I can retrieve our WSG materials.
If you can get that to the 4 of us is a lot, so we'll get it to the rest of them if you get.
We can do the, if it only gets to Vice President Bain, I'm sure Vice President Bain will get it to the other 3 if it only gets to the clerk, but if you could, you know.
Ideal all 4, but if not, we'll get it to the people. So.
Any other questions? Senator East Houston.
So even though office hours are not required, would you still encourage senators to show up at the WSG office just to build a community?
Yeah, of course. I think the office is a great spot to talk to people. Last semester, we had a little crew during finals week that did a bunch of our final and lots of stuff together, and that was fun and a great way to build community, teamwork. Some adjectives, maybe choose. But I would encourage everyone to just hop by the office, say your goodbyes before summer, have fun.
President Bradley.
I will comment that the office does remain a place of work and study, so decorum is still expected, but please be conscious of those around you who are trying to lock in.
Any other questions? Once, twice, seeing none. With that, running my report. I did a lot of like the gushier stuff at the gala, so I'll keep that. But I really appreciate getting to work with all of you this semester. I said it during both times I ran for this role now. It really is an honor of my life, and there's no place I'd rather be. That's why I came back. And I try to stay cognizant of that at all times. I will be around over the summer. So President Bradley and I'm sure we'll continue to spend many an hour with much of music of learning. So please come along and join us. As for what I'll be focusing on mostly over the summer, as we kind of saw in our special session meeting, the standing rules, when you just look at them, they've got some clerical errors, they've got some things that are a bit outdated, they've got some things that need to be moved. I know Deputy Speaker Patrigas will be around over the summer as well, and I've heard lots of folks are eager to continue in those conversations around how we can better our own existing documents. So I'm going to spend a lot of time in the Constitution and the standing rules this summer and get familiar with some of the things that need to be re-updated. So I want to stay as connected as possible with SGA and folks like Andy as they continue to grow in their own representation structure. And I'm sure President Bradley and I will continue to work closely on goals as we attack the summit. So if there's any questions for me or any suggestions for me on what to work on, I'd love to hear them afterwards. And questions now, of course, as I yield. Any questions? No.
I know the date and time of the special session was controversial. Can you share how you came to that decision?
Absolutely. So the way special sessions work normally is, particularly in busy weeks as it was, I went to Deputy Speaker Patrigas and I said, I need you to look at every single senator's calendar on Outlook. And that is a messy, messy thing to look at. But after looking at it, we decided, well, we're not going to get everyone there 100%. Like there's just no way that's going to happen. So we needed to prioritize quorum as much as we could. I think Deputy Speaker Patrigas is going to yield here in a second. But we needed to prioritize quorum as much as we could. And the time last week was the time that we saw we could hit quorum. If I were a senator and I had another event going on at the same time, I would be bummed if I couldn't make it. And I wish sometimes that the gears of government grinded a little more smoothly. But sometimes I think that as to prioritize SGA and win to this night where we get to now, hopefully soon enough, vote on those things that we introduced on that special session. I think it was the best time. I don't think it was the best time. I think it was the only time we could have functionally held that session. And I was assured of that. So I don't know if you raised your placard later with it.
Looking at, I was being out, I was tasked with the Deputy Speaker to look at everyone's calendars and find time to meet. I was given some days, preferably a Wednesday. And so I looked at Wednesday and 7 o'clock on everyone's calendar seemed to work. There were 4 people who on our calendars showed unavailable. And so I said, how does this time work? And time seemed to work. We had quorum. Quorum was the most important thing. It's unfortunate we couldn't have as many people as we could. But I would encourage you, if upset by that, to update your other calendar.
Senator Cupp?
You said it was, why did it go for a Wednesday versus other days? You said your prerogative was shifted to Wednesday and then you looked at calendar.
So when I originally told Nick to start, or Deputy Speaker Patrigas to start looking at calendars, I said prioritize Wednesday and Friday for 2 reasons. When we looked on Sunday night, when we decided kind of as a group of submitters as to who was that we wanted to go to a special session because we thought that that would be the most time effective, but also the most Senate involved method. At least we hoped at the time. We took a brief look at calendars and said Wednesday and Friday are going to be the best. So as we went into Monday, I said, look at Wednesdays and Fridays at Rock at that meeting. So when I told Nick to look at calendars, I said, look at Wednesdays and Fridays because that's what I told you. Deputy Parliamentarian.
When we discussed this, I believe you, me, and President Bradley, it was my recommendation that we aim for a Friday, as I felt it would be a time when senators would be most likely to be free. Your response was that there were two, or I think it was President Bradley's response possibly, that directors wouldn't be able to attend, which thus made Friday impossible. So was Friday considered, or was it not? Because your statements to me seem to contradict your statements to the Senate just now.
Friday was indeed considered. That's why I said on Monday that Friday was considered. Senator Kelly?
And then just, did you look at other events that WSG might have been sponsoring when
Indeed.
you took into consideration this event?
Of course. Again, it's unfortunate that we had to have it at that time, which was during the PSSA event. I think not only in the room, we announced as soon as this ends, everyone should go up to the PSSA event, and we tried to get out of there as quickly as possible. I don't think I've ever been more. Some folks have called me a bit long-winded in this role at times. I don't think I've ever been more dry than I was during that special session. I was really trying to get out of there. And the night before, President Bradley and I actually drafted an email up to the chair of the department, apologizing for the fact that we had to schedule over. Did it suck? Absolutely. I wish we could have had everyone there and 10 students in the gallery, because I do think it is the single most important meeting that we've had, probably going to be apart from this one. So, yes, I did. Absolutely, it was a shame. Senator Cotton will follow.
Point of inquiry was, or I'm sorry, a point just to have the record reflect, the event was hosted by the Department of Politics, Governance, and Law, not by the club. The club was a partner in the event. If we just like to have that reflected in the minutes.
Yeah, that's why I emailed the chair.
No, but just when your previous statement, I wanted to make sure that was.
Did I make that?
You said PSSA event, not.
Oh, gotcha. I
just want to make sure that's reflected in our minutes.
Senator Hughes?
So for senators who are unfortunate not to make the meeting, what course of action would you recommend in order to stay in touch of what happened and just be more in the loop?
If you stayed in the room or flip into your packet far enough, you can see the legislation. We amended it, I would say significantly in certain places. So take a look at those updates, but we'll have a discussion on the floor about it. And my assumption is that discussion will probably take you up to speed pretty significantly. Senator Moore?
Were the possible ramifications of this overlapping meeting time considered, speaking to the not only how it is reflected on our reputation as a organization to co-sponsor an event and then day of decide that you will not only remove your support but have a roadblock for many of the organizational leaders attending the event, with the nature of the event being political, being a political organization, removing some of the potential guests to such an event. Were those potential ramifications considered when deciding the time?
Absolutely, and to touch on a few of your particular ramifications that need to be considered, I think, again, I do not apologize for allowing us to get to tonight. I think it's the most imperative thing we could have done. And I think Wednesday was the best choice for that special session. I think those ramifications weren't just considered, they were felt so drastically that President Bradley and I were up in the office until, I think the email was sent at 10:38 the night before to the chair of the department, expressing that we unfortunately were going to have to draw folks away to I believe, I mean, if you'd be able to re-clarify, I think you said, reputational concerns, is that true? I think the key reputation that I'm in the business of preserving of Whitewater student government is serving students. And I don't think we could have made a better choice in serving students that night, besides having a special session that night, getting to this moment, where we can vote on the floor on this tonight. And I think that that's exactly how we serve students, and I do believe that I preserve that representation and through that choice. Senator Calvin?
Just wanted to clarify, why was the bill not introduced when we were at Rock County, when Rock was there and could have had significant feedback? I know it was in the president's minutes, but I think it might have been more proper to have it introduced as new business, whereas we had the whole RGA was present, they could have expressed their concerns. It seems like that would have been the prime time to deal with the bill that primarily deals with Rock County, so we could hear all of their feedback. I know one of them has made the effort to come out here to express their feedback, but I believe having more of them be able to express their feedback would be more beneficial, and I think that if it would have been pronounced then, we could have avoided the special session and not had any of these issues.
I will say, that was one of my initial thoughts. And when I say that there was a decision made on Sunday, that decision was made in consultation deeply with the parliamentarian, so I yield to him.
The original submitters of the legislation were not able to submit the legislation to the Constitutional Revision Committee. There was discussion of placing the legislation on the agenda for amendments without it going to CRC first. I strongly advise against this, as I believe it would be a serious error, but that's which made it impossible to introduce it at Rock County, and because of the time constraints and the submitters and the seeming urgency to get the legislation passed before the end of the semester, so Rock County could construct their constitution, it was instead decided to go with a special session so that we could pass it by the end of the semester. So that's why it couldn't go up during the meeting at Rock County, because it had not been reviewed and given a list of pros and cons by the Constitutional Revision Committee.
If I were to elaborate briefly, maybe provide some of my own personal clarity on the statements of Parliamentarian Irwin, I think President Bradley, myself, and I'll yield to President Bradley in just 1 second, so you can get the full context of how we made that decision, because I do really think it's important. I think Parliamentarian Irwin was under the belief that it was, as he just said, impossible to introduce the legislation that night. That was not the interpretation that I think President Bradley, the chair of CRC, Nick Patricus, and myself understood. It was the original intent to email that to the committee and get email responses and then have that presented at the Monday meeting so that we could, that was an original goal that I stated in that meeting many months ago, many weeks ago at this point, with SGA, that I really wanted not only to get the legislation introduced at the Rock County meeting, but passed at the Rock County meeting. I thought that would be symbolic in many ways, and I'm a sentimental guy a bit at heart, and I thought the pictures would be pretty cool in certain ways, having all of the SGA folks in the gallery when we passed something that I think was pretty monumental, but under what I think was one of Parliamentarian Irwin's shining moments as parliamentarian, under his advisement, he said, I just don't think a review of CRC in that way is going to be enough. And that was convincing to me, and at the time, we thought withholding a special session, we're going to have the most availability for senators to get to speak on that legislation, not only from CRC, but also through the meeting. So that's, I don't share Blake's Parliamentarian Irwin's sentiment in that it was impossible, but I did think it was bad form, and that we made the right call in introducing it through President Bradley's report, but then introducing it at a special session. And I'll yield to President Bradley if he wants to provide any additional context on what that Sunday was like for him.
Yeah, I had every intention as the primary submitter viewing it as new business at the Rock County meeting. Standing rules say that CRC has to review it, provide pros and cons, doesn't say when. A CRC meeting was scheduled for after that Rock County meeting, so after clerical edits, content changes, and questions. CRC was going to review it before you had a discussion or made a vote on it. It was made clear as crystal to the speaker and I that parliamentarians did not find that satisfactory. And so we were faced with a wall of we need to represent our constituents, and it was made that a special session had to be held. And that's what's relevant to that question, so I'll stop there.
Senator Bolt.
So, before I ask this question, I just want to say that I love seeing all of our directors. Y'all are great. But unfortunately, they do not affect quorum. Why did directors not being at a meeting affect the choice that was made to try and push for Wednesday versus Friday?
As unfortunately as this is going to sound to President Bradley, it did not.
Can I add?
Yeah.
I didn't say directors. I was not available as a primary submitter. That was my concern, but it wasn't taken into account.
Point of privilege or possibly making a request for a motion. Would we be able to actually enforce the 2-question limit per person for the rest of the meeting, seeing as the same 3 people have been asking like 50 questions each single time they've had their placard raised?
I appreciate your willingness to want to press the meeting forward. And there are times in which I think a 2-question limit per person makes sense. I think this is a riveting discussion on the floor, particularly one that should go in the minutes, and an answer that I was hungry to provide to the senators in question. And I think their grievances, even in the form of questioning, are totally worth being aired to the Senate. If any senator wants to continue raising their placard, I will continue engaging in discussion with them until they cease. Senator Whedon?
I just want to say, as a senator, someone who attended that meeting, and as someone as the vice chair of CRC, I do believe that Wednesday was our one and only option. As someone who already has 4 meetings every single Friday, since, 2-3 semesters ago, Fridays were never really an option. As someone who also had to plan and attend a
Senator Whedon, if
banquet.
you could phrase this in the form of a question.
Oh, I apologize.
No worries.
I
Deputy Speaker, please.
I would just like to remind the room, we are currently in questions towards the speaker, not in discussion. If you have questions towards the speaker, I would encourage you to raise them at this point, but a discussion item is not on the agenda about this topic. The time for that has passed.
Any other questions? I'll take a moment. And once, and twice. Just read all the script. I really appreciate working with you all this semester. I can't wait to continue that work alongside you all into the next. And with that, we will move on to unfinished business. S-24-2506, Act updating Section 8 and 12 of the WSG standing rules. Oh, actually, we're good. We're good. With that, we'll move into discussion on S-24. Let me pull it up, if possible. Vice President Bain or President Brady, I don't know who's got it.
Does it take you to, that's not what the title of the bill is.
The agenda amendment over Act. But we're just in a discussion. So, when it's pulled up, here we are. Wonderful. With that, we are into discussion, and I will start with Deputy Speaker Patricius, but more so Chair CRC.
So CRC met last week to look at the bill and go over the pros, cons, and organizational impact the committee voted on. These were approved unanimously by the committee. Just for some context, the pros, and I will list them as written. We love our rock country folks. Mandela's standing rule, or Mandela's standing rule. This codifies the rule that assumed it was.
I think
it's the wrong one.
It's the wrong one. I apologize. Yeah. I apologize. You'll see those again later. Pros. Provide structure and framework for the Rock Student Government Association. This was created in consultation with Rock students, advisors, and the Dean of the College of Creative Studies. Provides encouragement for collaboration with and creates an apparatus with WSG and the RSGA. It says the RSGA president is in favor. I guess I yield to you. Look for a nod or a shake or perfect. Reading a letter from Rock County students stay involved in the allocation of their own site fees. This gives support from the executives, Senate leadership, and the clerk for following open meeting laws, allows Rock County students to participate in their own elections, provides with continued intended organizational impact. The cons, Rock Student Government Association, not UROC, this was just a clerical thing that was made. This could restrict Rock's ability to operate. Misconduct and failure is written pretty vaguely. This could be a pro in some situations. It was also noted that. And then the con was for the original legislation that it does not differentiate between UW SUPAC and Rock SUPAC enough. That was rectified during content changes on special session, I will add. And then the organizational impact, which this benefits communication with both governments, student governments, and then provides organizational structure between RSGA and Whitewater for the first time really understanding roles. And then this was also, looking at the copper section, was approved unanimously. I see your seat.
Wonderful. That discussion's continued. Parliamentarian Young.
I must say that I find the manner in which this document was written to be scandalous, apologies, and reprehensible. Every moment of the construction of the most important legislation that we will consider this year was clouded with a lack of transparency, as the two of the highest ranking members of the org monopolized the relationship with Rock County in an effort to produce a document that bore only their opinions, as well as any compromises Rock County could bring to bear. I know specifically of at least one senator who learned of this process and tried to become involved only to be rebuffed. That level of secrecy and containment to only two members led to several serious issues in this legislation. Among them, spelling errors, the clerical errors, which portions in it which had been agreed to be removed by the president and Rock County, which had remained in the proposal put before Rock County, which was intended to be the proposal submitted to CRC and then the Senate. And in my opinion, most shockingly of all, administrators had been given the power to unilaterally instigate a restructuring of a prominent organ of our student shared governance group. I do not believe those errors would have existed if this was a more open and collaborative process. I also think this process speaks to a long-standing issue in the org, where it is the highest ranking people who write legislation and pass it down to a rubber stamp. A rubber stamp which was made even more powerless by the special session where we were only 1/2 of our Senate, where nearly half of our Senate had the ability to change this legislation before its presentation stripped away. I must reluctantly, extremely reluctantly, ask for you to vote aye on this resolution. Circumstances dictate that Rock County can only begin the important work of structuring their own internal documents once we have passed this. I take great comfort in the knowledge that this can be viewed as merely a placeholder, which next semester, the Senate and Rock County together can embark on a large-scale review and possible rewrite of it to ensure that it is a better document, as any document which includes more rather than less voices would be.
Deputy Speaker Retreat.
I agree with everything just said by Parliamentarian Irwin. But that being said, I think the document in front of you that you will be voting on is a really good one. And regardless of the circumstances, I think the end product is really well written and provides great structure, framework, and I would very much encourage you all to vote aye on this.
President Bradley.
Sure, I think Parliamentarian Irwin brought up a couple interesting points about how there were some spelling errors and things like that. And I will say your peers, senators, caught those and corrected those. That is the Senate's job. CRC met, the Senate met, and it's before you now today. I will say this has been approved by the current Rock Student Government Association. All of them are current students who are your constituents. So when we talk about listening to your constituents have spoken, and they're in favor of this bill. I'll leave it at that for now.
Senator Schmidt.
I will, and take this with a grain of salt as you will. It wasn't like this was a completely closed shut door sort of thing. Like I sat in the executive office past hours, if you guys remember. I don't remember which iteration it was, but it's never like they tried to hide anything. They really talked about it in front of me. So this was not like, and like I said, take this as you will, but at the same time, it was not like they're like, Schmidt, get out of the office. Like I sat in there way past hours, way past for when I should have been, but I'm sure President Riley and Isaiah can speak on that.
I'd like to clarify that the student body president has access to the building with approved guests, and that's why Senator Schmidt was in the building after hours.
Thank you.
It's because I invited him to stay and did not kick him out of not only the office, but the building once it had closed down. It closed at 11. We were in the office very, very late, so we can get a copy of it to SGA.
Senator Bolton. Point of information, Senator, I'm so sorry, President Bradley. How many guests are you allowed in the office at one time with you?
I'm allowed 3 guests. And I can explain the process to you. Essentially what happens is if I wish to stay in the office after hours with a guest, or 2 or 3, I text either Advisor Bilgin, as she is the second in charge of this building, or Angela Maldonian, the director of this building, to let them know that I'm staying and with whom. Those people are my responsibilities, and as soon as I leave, they have to leave with me. So that night, the 3 of us left together, and I immediately sent a text message to Advisor Bilgin letting her know we had left the building and I had ensured the doors were locked. That's kind of what that process looks like, if it helps you.
Senator Reed.
I do want to say just one little thing, because I think it's a little bit, I don't know if disingenuous is the right word, but maybe it is, to say that President Bradley, and I don't think that it necessarily is any sort of reason that they are the 2 more powerful members of this org. I think it's also just because they have a lot of, they've had their hand in many legislative processes before. They have a lot of experience, they know how to do this, and we wanted, this had to be done right. Otherwise, Rock County, it could mess up Rock County, which means that we need people with a lot of experience, like President Bradley and speakers.
I will add that WSG and SGA didn't work together for a long time. Kind of did our own separate things, and we lost the trust that was first built by President Emeritus Tom Kind. And so a lot of our work initially was how do we meet one-on-one with Andy, the president, or with the advisor, or with the dean to gain that trust back. Because none of this would have happened without that trust. And if we brought a Senate, or we brought SGA before a Senate, or we got all kinds of hands on it, we would not have been able to develop that trust. Like I said, the Senate is a part of this. You got to take a look at it on the Monday night meeting. You had the opportunity to come to the special session meeting and make content changes and clerical edits, and now you have the opportunity to vote on it and discuss it. That is the Senate being involved in this piece of legislation.
I would just say that this process is very similar to what happened 8 years ago. The same people were, same positions were involved as they were this time through. And it was really all about creating a connection and listening to a culture that is not like ours and respecting that culture and knowing that it's doing everything that it can as it relates to serving ROC students specifically. And so I would just share that it may feel weird that the executives were involved in that manner, but the whole structure originally came from that. And I would just share that this is not something that even both advisors agreed to step out of that process to allow students to have the utmost uninterfered with, I guess. I don't know if that's fair, Andy, but Janine and I both decided that we would not be part of that process. So I would not describe that it was ever, this was not the word used, this is my word. It's not sneaky or closed in any way. It was really all about making sure that there was a platform to move forward for this summer so that ROC could do what they told us they wanted to do, which was continue and finish the work that they started. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will yield on the issue.
Senator Cornell.
I believe the issue is not that these higher positions were involved, but instead that these individuals were the only ones involved. I think what the parliamentarian means, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that he wishes more senators were consulted when making this legislation.
I think in terms of the process, and I said this on the Monday night, I forgot what question I was asked in particular, but I think it was similar about the process and why it's not, maybe not why it wasn't introduced on that Monday. I think that might have been the question. But I said that I think it's important to have not how many cooks in the kitchen, but the right cooks in the kitchen. And I don't think at all, I mean, I would object at least slightly to Parliamentarian Irwin's comments that it was, I think the term used was scandalous. I didn't think it was scandalous.
Monopolize.
I think we were pretty open for the right reason about having conversations about ROC. Because I'm proud of this. I'm really proud of this document. But I'm more proud of the conversations and the time we've spent with SGA, with Andy in particular. I'm really proud of this, and I'm thankful that other senators alongside me have spoken, so that they were looped in on the process. I remember having a conversation with Director Balistreri in the One Stop, not really as Director Balistreri, but as Joe and as Isaiah, about how I was eager to continue working and how I was a little stressed in balancing interests and all the ebbs and flows you feel when you are writing really important legislation. And I think that speaks to the fact that we weren't secretive, but we couldn't bring 22 people to a meeting with one SGA president. It would have been not only bad form, but probably bad for actually doing the work of governing. If I were to attribute any missteps in the process, I would say that it is a great unfortunate part of the world or the hand we were dealt, that we had so little time with the folks around to do what was right. I think, could this document be better? Absolutely. Is it really freaking good? Absolutely. In the time we got to spend crafting and building it, if we could spend a year with this document, and I think I echo the parliamentarian sentiment, not only about this document, but our entire standing rules, like I said in my report, I treat them all like a living document. So they're all simply, I think, pieces and tools that we can continue to build on. And I think that's how I kind of perceive this process. I would also urge different members of the body, whether it's ever a director who feels like they're cut out, or it's senators who feel like they're cut out from whatever I personally am working on, come and have a conversation with me about it. And I think in every conversation I've ever had with somebody who's asked, I have continuously tried to involve them in the process. And I think even to my occasional chagrin, I'll go as far as to say, in terms of how I want processes to go. That's why I think Blake and I have such a good working relationship. We don't agree on much, but I've never cut him out because I value his opinion and that it's different than mine so dang much. Senator Keeper.
So does this have to be phrased in the form of a question, I presume?
No, we're discussing.
So the discussion that you were talking about with Director Balistreri, I was there as well. And I asked you what you were doing, and you told me, mind you, I was a senator for probably 3 months, 2 months, and I asked what I could do, and you gave me recommendations. So would you agree that it's not so much that you were keeping people out, but people just, you know, didn't know how to have an interest in it without directly discussing with you?
Yeah, I mean, I can recall, I think 3 or 4 I actually didn't even remember you were there. I really appreciate you bringing it back up, but yeah, I mean, I think I can recall 3, 4, 5 conversations with folks in the organization and out of the organization about exactly the steps we were on, exactly the process, some of the grievances that we were experiencing, some of the joys that we were experiencing. I love having those conversations, and I wish more folks asked me about the stuff I was working on. Raise your package, so we are for Senator Dodge.
I'd just like to say I do think the bill overall, while there is certain flaws, I think overall this is a good piece of legislation that should pass. I do wish, however, that in prior, even if I understand, as the speaker brought up, that bringing 22 people in would be, of course, very practically infeasible. I think it might be wise to at least maybe have maybe a single senator or one extra individual or someone who could be brought up with the Senate, that the Senate could have extra voice in the room. I think the point of having too many cooks in the kitchen is a very fair point. But I think adding maybe like one or someone else in there, I think would have been a wise addition, whoever they thought might have chosen.
Senator Carter?
Point of information, Mr. Speaker, isn't it true if you did, per se, had the 22 people, and that once you have to send out technically an agenda because of open meeting laws and quorum and everything, so that's why you couldn't get all of us in that meeting because we would be breaking open meeting laws?
That absolutely is true. I mean, to go further, I would say, particularly in this discussion, I hadn't been asked. I mean, I guess I could have maybe assumed it of Parliamentarian Irwin, but he is the only person who would have ever even expressed a modicum of the idea of having a floor discussion on the notion. I hesitate to say that would have been beneficial. With as much respect to the Rock County students who were involved in the process, I could only imagine how occasionally overwhelming some of our comments can be at a meeting like this, and reading minutes of us going back and forth on something. I'm not saying it wouldn't have been productive to the legislation, but it might have been less conducive to efficacy had those conversations involved so many voices that early. I think the relationship that we built with Andy was really personal at the start. I'm really proud of the work we did in that room early. But had time allowed, I think a floor discussion would have been valid. I even remember a conversation with Parliamentarian Irwin, if he'd be so willing to back it, that while we were tabling, we talked about how we could establish a committee to do some of this work. Time just kind of got away from us, and that's a shame. But I am really proud of the work that we were able to do personally. Any other discussion tonight?
I think as a general retrospective over all of this stuff that has just happened, I think that given the time that we had, I just came out of nowhere. And I think it was in February. We honestly did not have a lot of time to discuss this, but I think this is the 6th version of this document? 6 or 7?
After special session 7.
7, okay, yes. We've definitely been in very close consultation with each other, and I do agree that the relationship that we built with each other, me, Doug, and Isaiah here, it's mostly just because as a contact, like those two were the two that I saw at first, and Parliamentarian Irwin as well. Those were the 3 that I had the most initial contact with, so it would only seem natural that that was who I had the most discussion with. We didn't have a lot of time to really get, as much as I would have loved to have all of your opinions and perspectives on this piece of legislation. I do feel that we were a little bit out of time. And what we do have here is a fantastically written piece of legislation. And as you put it, Isaiah, it is a living document and it can be amended in the future. If you've noticed flaws, then that's something that we can work on in the future, but this is what we have to work with, and it's much better than what we have now. So if I were to give you guys any suggestion whatsoever, I say vote aye.
Thank you, Andy. We appreciate you. President Bradley?
I would just say, Andy, thank you so much for speaking up. I know there was a concern, and I'm concerned, and I've met with some folks, especially RSGA students, who are concerned that ROC students are not being equally represented when compared to main campus students. And that's where this piece of legislation was born. It was born out of the idea that we have to do better, that we have constituents who feel left out or secondary, and that's why time was so important. I will say, how many students are in SGA currently?
7.
So we did have 7 elected or appointed SGA senators who have reviewed this numerous times. I do have, if anybody's interested in seeing all of my correspondence all my virtual correspondence with Andy, Janine, as well as meeting minutes that were sent to myself, along with records of where in those messages they requested changes and where those changes were made in the document. It's quite extensive. I traveled out to an SGA meeting where the entirety of the SGA was there. Andy, our SGA president included, their advisor Janine and Tricia Clayson, the dean of the College of Integrated Studies. We did our due diligence, involved the right cooks, as the speaker would say, and I agree that it is not our duty, but your duty as senators now to pass this and to represent your constituents. Like I said, it was approved by our SGA. They are your constituents, and you'd be doing a disservice to them by voting against it.
So, Brett?
This is a question for the submitters. Is the constitution for RSGA subject to the same rules for legislation as any of the rest of our standing rules?
As it's currently written, if the RSGA were to create, amend, do anything to their constitution, it would have to go to the WSG Constitutional Revision Committee for review. There, it would receive pros and cons, and then it would come before this body, the Whitewater Student Government Senate, for approval. So yes, same as if we were to do a standing rules change.
Any other discussion then? Once, and twice, I will yet again encourage the body to vote aye. Seeing none, with that, we will move into a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, can you please call the roll?
Senator Keebler.
Aye.
Senator Keller.
Aye.
Senator Majors. Aye. Senator Patricus.
Aye.
Senator Punzel.
Aye.
Senator Purnell.
Aye.
Senator Reber.
Aye.
Senator Reyes.
Aye.
Senator Schmidt.
Aye.
Senator Wheaton.
Aye.
Speaker Wilson.
Pass.
Senator Bull.
Aye.
Senator Brzezinski.
Aye.
Senator Carter.
Aye.
Senator Irwin.
Aye.
Senator Esterholm.
Aye.
Senator Houston.
Aye.
Senator Talbot.
Aye.
Speaker Wilson.
Aye. And with that, S 242506, Act updating Section 8 of the Standing Rules has passed unanimously. I know you spoke during discussion, but if you'd like to say any words now, you're welcome to. But it's up to you.
I guess what I could say is thank you all for your dedication. You just spent so much time and so much effort, and you put so much value on us and our document. And honestly, I just feel like you guys are my family in a way, you know? And I'm glad that Rock is finally part of the conversation again. I'm looking forward to having more interaction with WSG as a whole. I'm so glad that we finally bridged the gap. There was definitely some isolation since 2018, and you know, I feel like this is the dawn of a new era.
Thank you so much, Andy. It was a pleasure to work alongside you.
Mr. Speaker, if I may.
Absolutely.
When we were appointing directors earlier, I meant what I said when it is our job to listen to senators. And so rest assured, I have heard you loud and clear, and we will make a concerted effort to do our best to involve more folks in the drafting of future legislation or amendments. Thank you.
Wonderful. With that, we'll move into item B, S 242507, resolution ensuring the joint meeting.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes. Senator?
I would like to request a 5-minute recess so we can take a break.
That would be a motion for recess.
I'd like
Move for a second.
recess.
Second by Senator Punzel. Discussion? No? All right, with that, we'll move into a roll call vote.
Senator Kelleher?
Aye.
Senator Majors?
Aye.
Senator Patricus? Senator Punzel?
Aye.
Senator Burnett?
Aye.
Senator Reber? Senator Reyes?
Nay.
Senator Schmidt?
Aye.
Senator Wheaton?
Aye.
Senator Wilson?
Aye.
Senator Bolt? Senator Brzezowski?
Aye.
Senator Carter?
Aye.
Senator Irwin?
Aye.
Senator Esserman?
Aye.
Senator Houston?
Aye.
Senator Tolman?
Aye.
Senator Keebler?
Aye.
With that, we are taking a 5-minute recess. We'll reconvene at 10:30.
I want to see your pin. What do you think? Sorry. What's up?
This one's text negative, Sisters of Mercy.
I'll look it up, Dave, so it's just scheduled meetings.
I won't say I'm not myself, but I'm kind of upset. Also appreciate all the
They are
not my. I'm sorry. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's kind of what we do here. It's fun. I love it. Oh, totally. Yeah. Like totally. Yeah. I would recommend and I can walk you through my thought process of changing stuff. You know, there's like so many changes. Like I'd say most of the changes have been in business. Marketing, branding, a whole bunch of other stuff. You know, the stuff I feel
They are. So yeah, I'm happy to.
okay, yeah. Where you parked?
I parked over in. I'm like,
You know, this is you know, Billy? Yeah.
This is why it was,
yeah, no worries.
Oh.
No.
I'll see you later.
See you later.
Lock it all up.
Go.
But I don't need
I'm probably one of the better questions labor-wise. It's hard to find one that actually.
So whatever the process, I've already just is the process.
Yes, so what I asked if I wrote for the constitution, therefore Trump room.
Oh, wow.
Not
good. Well,
yeah,
it really likes
I would check with you.
That was outside. I was was me just
That one's like, that one's like.
I have to hear back.
Start different adjustment and then actually you guys will.
Small world.
Well, and, I don't know, this is kind of situation. Any, like, any.
They're good though.
Yeah.
It's like a.
Yeah.
Delicious.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
That's for that was mine.
That's why you have to have the.
Alright.
You have to be like, dude, you look at this.
I don't.
Yeah.
No.
How's your goal?
It's because of what's coming.
I was just asking for like.
Yeah, it's a one hour.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't.
And then you tell me what it was.
At this point, yeah. It's like next semester, we can either try to.
Yeah, show us this room that's full.
The Constitution,
Yeah.
CRC, or.
Everybody was coming up to my job and that. So,
Break your mind, like.
Oh,
think about other things.
yeah. Okay, Carter, I'm so sorry. Here you go. Use a Sharpie, put your first, last name.
there you go.
I like to throw that on the outside. I was like, wait.
But it's.
Because you were the
We all get to say, we're gonna start together, you'll have to really introduce, we're gonna share you, is
Okay.
what you're saying.
Yeah, I was like, I saw that,
But we need someone who's bright enough to like check in. I know, is you, but she needs to know. Yeah. Because you're gonna be,
But that's what happens.
have that information.
Or you lock in.
I know, that's why I told her.
Like my other position.
You got a third.
No.
Adios.
It is 10:30, please be seated.
Time 10:30. I am reconvening this session. With that, we will move into item B, S242507, resolution ensuring the joint meeting of Whitewater students. Submitters, I don't know if parliamentary knows going to do it, but that was fun for now. Oh my gosh, it is, I'm so sorry, discussion, but you can take the stand. With that, we'll move into discussion on the resolution. And we'll start with Deputy Speaker Retreat.
Hi everyone, if you didn't know, I'm Sheriff CRC. Yeah. Pros, we love our Rock County pros. You might say never heard of these before, right? Codifies the rule that a student that was already there, which is good for shared governance. The language of every effort must be met. CRC found this very good. That could be a fear or avoidance of fear of being sent to IEC for breaking standing rules for like a tornado, for example. And then the city was in favor of 14 days notice. Cons, the per academic semester, it was just seen as costs varying too much. That was changed, I will note, to academic year. A con was that we don't like referencing sections because they move all the time. And I believe, I don't know if that was changed, but the con that was found. A con was that it expands and doubles how often we go to Rock. Now we're gonna have to outlet due to content changes. Organizational impact is this builds relations, shows we have a commitment to Rock County, and adds rules to precedent.
Wonderful. Any other discussion? I'd like to start. I said during the CRC meeting that it felt like Mandela's standing role. For those of you that don't know, the Mandela effect is like a thing that you feel like already exists. I referenced this the Monday before we went, thinking that it was in the standing rules, and then apparently not. So I'm so thankful to the submitters for tracking it down and finding it and then adding it. So I'd encourage the body to vote aye. Any other discussion? Senator Cotton.
Just to say this very briefly, as someone, I think this is very strong legislation. It solidifies a commitment to Rock to make sure that this can't happen. I know this body may change, but I hope our commitment does not.
Senator Houston.
Yeah, it struck me in particular that, years and years ago, there was sort of a split between our Senate and Rock County Senate, and honestly, I don't want that to happen again. And, obviously there's concern that, with new senators, new leadership, there might be the concern that there could be another split. So this would ensure that, communication remains and that we can grow closer. And therefore, I think everyone should vote aye.
I'd like to add very quickly that the coding on the top of the bill has been changed to S242507. I'm pretty sure that's Z, but that's what I'll read off of pass. Which I'm encouraged by to do. Senator Bush.
Point of information. Which one of the information-only internal action input for consideration and request for approval are, or is this bill going under? Because it has all four.
Internal action.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Going once? Twice? Seeing none, with that, we'll move into a roll call vote and the clerk is ready to please call the roll.
Mark, I'll be up here.
It's okay, it's late.
Senator Majors? Aye. Senator Patrica?
Aye.
Senator Purnell?
Aye.
Senator Reber?
Aye.
Senator Reyes?
Aye.
Senator Schmidt?
Aye.
Senator Wheatman?
Aye.
Speaker Wilson?
Pass.
Senator Bolt?
Aye.
Senator Brodzinski?
Aye.
Senator Carter?
Aye.
Senator Irwin?
Aye.
Senator Eskerholm?
Aye.
Senator Houston?
Aye.
Senator Calvin?
Aye.
Senator Keebler?
Aye.
Senator Kelleher?
Aye.
Speaker Wilson?
Aye. And with that, S242507, resolution ensuring that the joint meeting of Whitewater Student Government at Rock County has been approved unanimously. Wonderful. We're chugging along now. With that, we're back into new business, and we're all the way down to F. Presidential proclamation recognizing 2025 recipient of Greek Member of the Year and Ruben Klum Outstanding Senior Awards 24-25 WSG President Angelina Izzo.
Hello, I'm back. For those who don't know me, my name is Doug Bradley. I am the president of the student body, and I do have the right of writing presidential proclamations. Today, you're going to see 5 proclamations. The first 3 are nearly identical. Yesterday, what was it, May 4th? Student Activity and Involvement had their annual Involvement Awards. And I made a little promise to myself that if anybody in our organization won, I'd write them a presidential proclamation because they should be recognized by this body as well for the work they've done. The first one was President Angelina Izzo, won 2 awards, the Greek Member of the Year and Ruben Klum Outstanding Senior Awards. Before I get any farther, I'd like to make an amendment to the name. It should read 2023 through 24. And then at the very last paragraph, it says she was a 23-24 student body recipient, and that should read president. But I'd like to read you just really brief, and I know it's late, the comments made about Ange by Jacob Faulkner. are Folker and Elizabeth Gartwaite. When it comes to the Greek Member of the Year, Jacob, the Greek Life and Community Outreach Manager for Student Activities Involvement, stated the following about Ms. Izzo. This year's recipient is a standout leader whose impact resonates far beyond their own chapter. They've committed themselves to developing a stronger campus and have excelled academically. With a heart for service and a drive for inclusion and a commitment to elevating Greek life, this individual embodies the best of our community. They know that Greek life is so much more than what others think it is. It transforms lives, builds leaders, and empowers people to be their best. The nominee shared, quote, "Being Greek isn't just something I'm part of, it's who I am, and I am forever grateful for the people and experiences that made me the leader I am today," end quote. For the Reuben Klum Outstanding Senior Awards, Mrs. Elizabeth Gartwright, as the Program Specialist for Events for Student Activities and Involvement, stated the following about Ms. Izzo. Our first recipient has made an extraordinary impact through student government, where they championed initiatives that improve campus life for all. Their leadership extends to multiple student organizations where they fostered growth and unity. Academically, they've consistently excelled while dedicating countless hours to mentoring fellow students and promoting school spirit. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the President of the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater student body, and henceforth be it known, the Whitewater student government congratulates Ms. Angelina Izzo, 2023 through 2024, student body president, on her receipt of both the Greek Member of the Year Award and the Reuben Klum Outstanding Senior Award. I yield.
Any questions for President Bradley? Once and twice, seeing none. With that, we'll move into discussion. Any discussion? Going once? Director Ryan?
I just want to say that I did get to work with her, and she was an amazing leader who always advocated for students, even when we were working on some things that kind of got pretty heated, but she was committed, and I really enjoyed working with her. So I think she's very deserving of this.
Any other side? Going once? Going twice? Seeing none. With that, we will move into a roll call vote. And clerk, when you're ready, would you please call the roll?
Senator Patricus?
Aye.
Senator Purnell?
Aye.
Senator Reber?
Aye.
Senator Reyes?
Aye.
Senator Schmidt?
Aye.
Senator Wheatman?
Aye.
Speaker Wilson?
Pass.
Senator Bold?
Aye.
Senator Rosanowski?
Aye.
Senator Carter?
Aye.
Senator Irwin?
Aye.
Senator Esterl? Senator Houston?
Aye.
Senator Colvin?
Aye.
Senator Keebler?
Aye.
Senator Kelleher?
Aye.
Senator Major? Aye. Speaker Wilson?
Aye. With that, presidential proclamation recognizing the 2025 recipient of the Peter with that, the presidential proclamation recognizing the 2025 recipient of the Greek Member of the Year and the Reuben Klum Outstanding Senior Award 2024-2025, WSG President Angelina Izzo has passed. With that, we move to item G, presidential proclamation recognizing the 2025 recipient of the Peter J. Barnett Integrity Involvement Award, Director of Intergovernmental Affairs, Warren Smith. President
Point of information, Peter J. Barrett.
Barrett?
Yep.
Peter J. Barrett.
Jay Barrett will make that change unanimously across the document, please. Presenting this award was Mr. Frank Bartlett. You may remember him from about 2 hours ago. He was here. And as the Associate Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs at the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater, stated the following about Mr. Smith. This year's recipient has shown integrity and leadership through their commitment to ethical leadership and community values. In academic settings, they challenged norms by reshaping course discussions to promote inclusivity. In organizational roles, they took steps to develop self-advocacy skills to return as a stronger advocate for peers. Beyond this, they've served the campus and greater community by volunteering over 1,000 hours during their time as a Warhawk. Now, therefore, be it further proclaimed, remove the word further, please, proclaimed by the President of the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater student body, and henceforth be it known that the Whitewater student government congratulates Mr. Orrin Smith, the current Director of Intergovernmental Affairs, on the receipt of the Peter J. Barrett Leadership Award. I yield.
With that, we'll move into discussion. Questions? Any questions for the submitter going once? Twice? Seeing none, with that, we'll move into discussion. Orrin, you are awesome. Any other discussion? Senator Carter.
The fact that you have over 1,000 hours for volunteering shows your work ethic, so this was highly.
That was all
So remember during the last November election, just the amount of work that you put into that election, and then passing legislation honoring all of the senators and other students that were involved, like that just shows a lot about your character and how you think of others before you, and just I think it just says a lot about who you are as a person.
Thank you.
For slow people like me, that's 6 weeks. I saw 1,000 hours, and I feel like saying 6 weeks is like crazy. I know people who work a job less than that in a school year, and you're doing it volunteer. So I think that's crazy. I thought that number was just kind of thrown out there, but knowing you, I could see it. So that's I can't even imagine.
I can clarify that having been a part of Greek life, I have had to meticulously track my own volunteer hours. And that does not count any time spent in my position as Director of Intergovernmental Affairs because I'm paid for this position.
Any other discussion? Going once? Twice? Seeing none, with that, we'll move to roll call vote. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, would you please call the roll?
Parker.
Senator Brunel.
Aye.
Senator Reber.
Aye.
Senator Reyes.
Aye.
Senator Schmidt.
Aye.
Senator Wheatman.
Aye.
Speaker Wilson.
Aye.
Senator Bull.
Aye.
Senator Brzezowski.
Aye.
Senator Carter.
Aye.
Senator Irwin.
Aye.
Senator Estremo.
Aye.
Senator Houston.
Aye.
Senator Cullivan.
Aye.
Senator Keebler.
Aye.
Senator Kelleher.
Aye.
Senator Majors.
Aye.
Senator Patrigues.
Aye.
Speaker Wilson.
Aye. And with that, presidential proclamation recognizing the 2025 recipient of the Peter J. Barrett Integrity Involvement Award, Director of Intergovernmental Affairs, Orrin Smith, is passed unanimously. With that, we're on the presidential proclamation recognizing the 2025 recipient of the Walker D. Wyman Distinguished Student Leader Award, Involvement Award, Mr. Chase Zimmerman. President Bradley, you got that.
I'd like to first explain for all these proclamations, I had a very strict deadline to meet, and that was to get these to the speaker before he had to send the agenda at 7 o'clock. So if you see any spelling errors, like I see there's a couple whereases with 2 commas, please point it out because the award ceremony was at 1 p.m., went until about 2:30, and then I started typing away. So please speak up if you see anything. So let's remove the commas after the third and the further. Third whereas and further. But I'm going to read a little extra on this one because the Walker D. Wyman Distinguished Student Leader Award is quite special. The Wyman Distinguished Student Leader Award is the highest honor awarded at the annual Involvement Awards ceremony. And whereas nominees are evaluated on their distinguished service and achievement in a student organization, university department, and the university as a whole. And further, nominees were evaluated on their incorporation of ethics and positive values into leadership actions demonstrated by the nominee's involvement. And further, nominees are evaluated on their participation in co-curricular activities that have had a positive impact on the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater. And whereas Dr. Robin Fox, as the provost of the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater, stated the following about Mr. Zimmerman. This year's recipient has upheld strong ethical standards and leadership roles, ensuring fairness in decision-making processes involving peers. They have contributed to campus engagement by creating inclusive programming and supporting students during challenging transitions. Their involvement in multiple organizations reflects a dedication to mentorship and community building. Through collaborative leadership, they have worked to foster belonging while maintaining integrity and responsibilities that require impartiality and accountability. Their impact extends across diverse campus initiatives. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the President of the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater Student Body, and henceforth be it known that the Whitewater Student Government congratulates Mr. Zimmerman, the current SUFAC Chair, on his receipt of the Walker D. Wyman Distinguished Leader Award. I yield.
Any questions? Once or twice, seeing none, without moving to discussion. Chase, if you're watching, congratulations. Any other discussion? Going once?
Yeah.
Vote twice. Seeing none, with that, we'll move into a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, would you please call the roll?
Senator Weaver.
Aye.
Senator Reyes.
Aye.
Senator Schmidt.
Aye.
Senator Wheatman.
Aye.
Speaker Wilson.
Pass.
Senator Bold.
Aye.
Senator Brzezowski.
Aye.
Senator Carter.
Aye.
Senator Irwin.
Nay.
Senator Esterl.
Aye.
Senator Houston.
Aye.
Senator Calvin.
Aye.
Senator Fiedler.
Aye.
Senator Keller.
Aye.
Senator Majors.
Aye.
Senator Patricius.
Very proud aye.
Senator Purnell.
Aye.
Speaker Wilson.
Aye. With that, the vote of a vote of 16-1, presidential proclamation recognizing the 2025 recipient of the Walker D. Wyman Distinguished Student Leader Involvement Award, Mr. Chase Zimmerman, has passed. With that, we're on to item I, presidential proclamation recognizing the inaugural WSG Gala. President.
Before I proceed, I'd like to, I'm going to call a couple loud. Please rise if you are able, if you were nominated for an award at the Involvement Awards yesterday. Only if you were nominated. Please stand.
All of these ones. All of you are nominated.
Well, technically all of us. The organization was nominated.
Yeah, these were, you can do that in a second, these are individuals
Yeah.
that are recognized.
You were on the list several times.
I was gonna say Jordan too.
I think Jordan Purnell was nominated. Nick.
Nick was, Jordan was.
That may be all.
I think all the E-board did.
Congratulations.
I'd also add, correct me if I'm wrong, but every member who just stood won the Lucy Baker Involvement Award that's given to less than 1% of students on campus each year for incredible service to their peers. So congratulations to you all.
You didn't come to this ceremony, come to SAI, we have a pin for you.
Into our next proclamation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recognizing the inaugural WSG Gala. On May 2nd, 2025, the Whitewater Student Government proudly hosted its inaugural gala, an event that brought together students, staff, faculty, and community members in celebration of service, leadership, and unity. And whereas this occasion marked more than an evening recognition, it was a reflection of the heart of this campus, students who care deeply, lead boldly, and strive to leave the university better than they found it. And be it proclaimed, I, as student body president, extend my deepest gratitude to every individual who made the night possible, from the award recipients and speakers to the volunteers and attendees whose presence brought the event to life. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the president of the the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater student body, and henceforth be it known that the Whitewater Student Government recognizes the WSG Gala as a new tradition, one that uplifts, honors, and empowers the voices of student leadership for years to come. I yield.
Wonderful. With that, we're on to questions. Any questions? Senator Bolt.
How much of a net gain did the WSG get for this gala?
Our net profits minus some potential donors who've asked to make a donation to the organization afterwards was $1,500. That is $1,500 that we will be able to use.
Where can those numbers be seen broken down?
We'll prepare them and we can send it on the listserv. We can also prepare it and we can call budget committee. But it's I think what 1460 is what we're sitting at, so nearly 1,500.
I think it was 1489.
1489. My apologies.
Someone dropped out 5 singles, don't know where they came from.
Yeah, if you or anybody you know gave us 5 singles, it's messing with our math. We were expecting multiples of 40, but we somehow have 5 singles. So that was from dinner money. So I don't know. God bless you. Thank you for your donation.
Is it true that according to standing rules, the president can be summoned to call the budget committee or read the budget whenever necessary?
That is correct.
Wonderful. Any other questions?
It would be the shortest budget meeting you've ever seen, but we will meet if you request it.
Going once, or twice? Seeing none of that round of discussion, any discussion? Going once, going twice? Senator Walt?
How will this tradition, or rather, I'd like to ask the body, how would this tradition be held as a tradition? I think it's interesting to call it a tradition, but there's no change to our standing rules. I think that would definitely be something where, you know, everybody should have a say in if this becomes a tradition. I think the bill itself is fine, but to call this a new tradition, I think is a little much. I personally don't see a need for it to be a tradition, while it was a fun event. I've heard that in past years, the banquet that was held more privately and was less overall organization for the board has done well in the past.
Parliamentarian Irwin.
Yeah, I just wanted to provide some context on the standing rules implications here. Presidential proclamations are expressions of the president's views and wishes, which are then confirmed by the Senate. They don't have a, I don't want to say practical, because recognizing it's a practical effect, legislative way. If we wanted to replace the banquet with the gala more permanently, that would be a larger discussion. This is merely a statement of.
It's a proclamation.
Yes, it is.
Of my personal opinion.
Of his personal opinion.
My personal opinion is, as president, we're going to have a gala again next year. It helps us save money and not charge students that. And so, who knows, maybe 2 years is enough to call it a tradition in your book.
You might say a professional opinion as well, as this is a professional opinion. Senator Kibo.
So just point of information, this is just a loose term that we should have a gala next year. It doesn't mean that we're required to. It just means that the president liked it so much that we should do it again.
Yeah. I loved it.
It was up for the previous proclamation. I just want to make sure that everyone knew that all the involvement awards are selected by people from across campus. So folks in SII don't choose them. People look at applications. So that's how you know that those folks are selected. Thought that would be important to know for someone who's.
Any other discussion?
Sorry.
Any other discussion? From once? Seeing none, with that, we'll do a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, please call the roll.
Senator Riebert?
Aye.
Senator Reyes?
Aye.
Senator Schmidt?
Aye.
Senator Wheaton?
Aye.
Speaker Wilson?
Pass.
Senator Bowl?
Nay.
Senator Brzezowski?
Aye.
Senator Carter?
Aye.
Senator Irwin?
Nay.
Senator Esterl?
Aye.
Senator Houston?
Aye.
Senator Kelvin?
Nay.
Senator Keebler?
Aye.
Senator Keller?
Aye.
Senator Majors?
Aye.
Senator Patricus?
Aye.
Senator Purnell?
Nay.
Speaker Wilson?
Aye. A vote of 12-4, presidential proclamation recognizing the inaugural WSG Dell passed. Wonderful. And with that, we'll move to item J, presidential proclamation recognizing the collaboration between Whitewater Student Government and the Rock County Student Government Association. President Bradley, you.
Thank you. First edit we'll make is we need to add a border to this beautiful document. But I'm going to read the whole thing, because this is the most important one. And for those of you who don't know, on our ledge wall, the most recent presidential proclamation has a home right under the little door number into the executive's office. And so the deputy speaker has already printed off a copy, should this be passed, that we will frame and do about a 5-second little onto the wall. But I'm going to read this to you. Because like I said, I think it's the most important one we're passing tonight. And it's recognizing the collaboration between the Whitewater Student Government and the Rock County Student Government Association. I'll skip the first two, you've seen those before. Whereas the Whitewater Student Government, WSG, and the SGA and the Student Government Association, SGA, have long served the students of this university through parallel efforts, each rooted in advocacy, stewardship, and service. And whereas during the 2024 through 25 academic year, our two organizations undertook a bold and unprecedented effort to reimagine our shared structure, clarify our roles, and renew our partnership for the benefit of all Warhawks. And whereas through the weeks of deliberation and thoughtful compromise, our organizations have worked to craft a vision for governance that is more inclusive, more efficient, and more responsive to the evolving needs of students. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the President of the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater student body, and henceforth be it known that the Whitewater student government recognizes and commends the collaboration between the WSG and the Rock County SGA as a milestone in student governance, one built on transparency, accountability, and a deep commitment to our constituents. I yield.
Any questions for President Bradley? Senator Wolf?
The use of Rock County SGA, I know that this was something that we discussed at Wednesday as well. What is the official term that we should use henceforth? Is it Rock County SGA? Is it Rock SGA? I've been getting...
It is Rock Student Government Association. This was written before you all passed a bill, so I'd like to make that change to strike the word county. I didn't know what it would be called until right now, so thank you.
Wonderful. Any questions? Once or twice, seeing none of that round of discussion, is there any discussion? Parliamentary Norman.
I've previously stated my intense issues with the process which led to this legislation, so I won't bore the Senate with restating them, except to say that that is why I will be voting nay. In addition, I'll add that the use, it continually says organizations. I have no doubt that the Rock County student government as an organization was included. I have considerable doubts about whether WSG as a organization was fully involved. I think our special Senate session itself plainly shows that it was not, never mind the process that went into drafting the legislation.
Any other discussion? Going once? Advisor Williams.
I would just like to say thank you for this. As someone who saw the excitement, the concern, and the commitment 8 years ago, it is beautiful to see it again in this manner. So thank you for bringing it to the limelight a bit much, President Bradley, because I think what people don't realize is it was many Saturdays, and it was people, and Tom Kind on Friday evening asked me how it was going. And he was the president then, so Rock hasn't been forgotten by them either. So thank you, Mr. President. I yield.
Senator Bolt.
I'd like to make I'd like to make a point to the Rock SGA president for a moment where I'm very happy that this collaboration has been seen through. However, as Parliamentarian Irwin said, the process in which is less than desirable, which I hope we can understand in that I will be doing an extension for this.
So just to reiterate, we had the meeting on Wednesday. After you guys checked, that Wednesday was the better date out of the two, correct? And this was when we could meet quorum?
Orders of the day.
Is that correct? And you guys looked at the schedules to make sure, and is this not an important, or was it not an important document that needed to pass to give them more freedom, correct?
I definitely self-define that way, yeah.
Okay.
I would view that as the most important document this body's voted on all year, and I've heard it said by folks who've had issue with the process as well.
My proclamation, would I concur? Any other discussion? Going once, going twice, seeing none, with that, we need to a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, would you please call the roll?
Senator Reyes?
Aye.
Senator Schmidt?
Aye.
Senator Wheaton?
Aye.
Speaker Wilson?
Pass.
Senator Bull?
I abstain.
Senator Brzezowski?
Aye.
Senator Carter?
Aye.
Senator Irwin?
Nay.
Senator Estermal?
Aye.
Senator Gross?
Aye.
Senator Houston?
Aye.
Senator Galvin?
Nay.
Senator Keebler.
Aye.
Senator Kelleher.
Aye.
Senator Majors.
Aye.
Senator Patricus.
Aye.
Senator Purnell.
Nay.
Senator Reber.
Aye.
Speaker Wilson.
Aye. And with that, a vote of
14 to 3.
in a vote of 14 to 3 to 1, presidential proclamation recognizing the collaboration between the Whitewater Student Government and the Rock County Student Government Association has passed. Passed. And with that, folks, we're on to announcements. President Bradley.
And after the meeting, I need to speak with Blake Irwin, please. And if you know a Desi Hartman, please come speak to me. Corey Bull, please come speak with me after the meeting.
Supervisor Morgan.
We are in the building after hours, which means you will leave this room, you will gather your things, and you will go outside, not using an automatic door. Please, if no one's walking behind you, make sure you pull on the door when you leave. I have to check every door on the main floor because we're past 11 o'clock and the building's already locked. So if you could help me out, that'll make my sweep quick. So please don't, I know we like to gather and hang, and I'm sorry that it's the last meeting, but could we please get out of the building quickly? I would so appreciate it.
Reminder, your binders, give me $10 cash by the end of the week, or your binder. Otherwise, a hold will be put on your Wix account.
Director Riley.
The spring advisory survey was sent out, so please, if you did not get it in the fall, check your email and fill it out. It's really helpful. Thank you.
Sustainability Committee is looking for people, as well as I'm looking for somebody to help advertise for it. And I didn't get to say this earlier, but it was a privilege working with everybody. Thank you for teaching me all the different things about communication.
Another quick thank you to everyone who made everything we did this semester possible. If you're interested in seeing some of your fellow senators in a short film that I filmed and created next week, 6 p.m. Monday, reach out to me.
Senator Keller.
I know there was a lot of talk when I was appointed. I'd love to speak to any senator who would want to talk to me. I want to soak up as much information as I can from all of you. So one-on-one now, WebEx me or email me, or if we can't get it in before the end of the semester, I know there's finals. Let's have a chat this summer over the phone, let's talk, and let's get some stuff done next year.
I know during the involvement awards, we were all recognized, but there was one person who wasn't. Congratulations to President Bradley on winning the Visionary Award. Your leadership in that. And another quick thing is Thursday is my last ever hosting of a UC Live event. So it would be great if most of you could come out. You could win a waterproof camera that's $79.99.
Speaker Patrick.
We approved some standing rules changes tonight, so we have a new standing rules that in your email as of 2 minutes ago. So look at that.
We've got to love Deputy Speaker Patrick. Thank you all for the work you've done this semester. It's been an honor to work alongside you. I can't wait to continue doing it. Let's move on to adjournment. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Senator Gold. Motion to adjourn. Seconded by Senator Majors. All right. Can I get a voice vote?
Acclamation.
Any opposed? Hearing and seeing none, right?
Opposed. Opposed. Blake Irwin and Corey Bull, please come see me.
Wait, Parker, I have to meet with you because I lost my hot card.
Oh, okay, okay.